How's everybody doing tonight? I don't know if it's going to be a Minecraft stream. I was just playing this earlier. I had a long-ass meeting today at work, so... I actually just left this running. I forgot that I had it open until I just sat down on my computer just now. So... yeah, most people miss the reference on that community post. The education system and its consequences. Truly live in a society. It is pretty sad that people don't even recognize that. This world, I made it back in, like, 2019, I want to say. So, it's an old world. So, I have a ton of time in it. But this particular area is, like, probably 2 or 3 years old. This area is, like, probably a year old, this structure, but... Everyone's watching their Switch 2 orders. Yeah, pretty much every single one of mine is coming post-launch day. So, Target, all 3 of them are coming post-launch. GameStop, I think, is coming on Friday, which I won't be here. And then... where else did I pre-order? I think that was it. Yeah, because I didn't get Best Buy, so... and I didn't get Nintendo, so yeah... you know, Walmart's the only one where I have one console coming on launch day of my 6. So 1 out of my 6 consoles are actually coming on launch. Like, that's fucking insane, bro. You're telling me these fucking retailers are so stupid they can't ship something out 3 days ahead of time with a scheduled delivery date? Like, you can literally do that shit on FedEx for free. You can walk into a FedEx store, say, hey, can I have this delivered on this date? And they're like, oh yeah, sure. You actually get a discount for doing that a lot of times because, you know, they can optimize the shipment so it doesn't cost them as much money if you do it far enough out. So, yeah, it's just retarded. Absolutely retarded. Yeah, mine still says the 5th for Walmart, and I have the shopping bag, so... fingers crossed it actually comes early in the morning. But, yeah. Fingers crossed, man. What's the point of pre-ordering your... yeah, I know! It's like, bro... all my PS5s came on launch day, so it's just the retailers being fucking cheap or lazy. Or both. No, I won't be able to survive without it, because that Thursday is the only chance I'll have to stream on it. And then I'm out of town for the weekend, so... and then it's the Summer Gaze Fest and Xbox Showcase on Sunday, which I should be back late Sunday night. Apparently my flight comes in at like fucking, I think 11 or something really fucking late. So... I'll probably be back home at like midnight. And then, yeah, I'll be able to stream then, but... Yeah, I'm gonna be out of town from Friday till Sunday night. So I need at least one of the Switches to come on launch day so I can take it with me and at least test it out for a few days so I can make my slop YouTube video on it. So, you know, if I'm gonna be forced to go to this fucking wedding, I might as well be able to game while I'm there. So I have something to do. And then Monday I have to well, I shouldn't say wake up because I won't be asleep, but I have to go pick up my dog from the pet hotel on Monday morning. Yeah, they've charged me for all my stuff, so yeah, it's already charged. Bruh, people need to stop saying this shit. I'm not gonna talk to any of the bridesmaids there, so no. I'm not going down that path. Absolutely not. I am quite literally not there to conversate. But yeah, fingers crossed I actually get it, because I would like to be able to stream it that Thursday night. So, or early after. I don't know, that's the thing, is I gotta go take my dog after work to go to the pet hotel. And then, yeah, Friday I fly out early. So... Am I able to stream the Switch too? Yeah, I have a capture card. Should be easy. I just literally have to swap the cables on my existing Switch. That's it. Just swap the dock for the other one. The one that's coming on Thursday is the $500 Mario Kart bundle. Which, you know, maybe that's for the best, because I don't know if my physical copy will get there in time. But I ordered it from Best Buy, so typically they'll do that roadie service or whatever the fuck, and it'll come same day. But I don't know when in the day it'll come. So, yeah, I've got the digital version of Mario Kart, at least. And then I pre-ordered the physical copies of Zelda and Bravely Default, so get those too. El Rosario sold 2. Sadly, my Switch 2 isn't coming till the 10th. Yeah, that's when all my Target ones are coming. It's like a fucking week after launch. It's like, why? Why are you shipping things out to where they're getting here a week after launch? That makes no sense to me, bro. Target can kick fucking rocks. So, fuck them. If I'm gonna return any of them, if the resale price drops, I'm gonna return them at Target, so they get stuck with the inventory. Bro, even GameStop's shipping out to where they're getting there on Friday at least. And GameStop's usually always late. So, that was actually kind of surprising. Usually GameStop's always like the slowest with shipping out pre-orders. I'm keeping one extra, and then I'll sell the others, yeah. So we'll see what the resale price is doing when all's said and done. I mean, if not, I'll just return them. But, yeah, I'm gonna keep 2 for myself. I want a personal Switch, and then I'll have 1 for my streaming setup. So... I'll have 1 for personal use, and then I'll have 1 that just stays in here. Because then if the OLED comes out, I don't really need to upgrade my streaming Switch. Because it's like, you know, it's never going to be handheld. It's just going to sit in the dock and then be used for streaming purposes. So... I live in too populated of an area to wait at midnight. That's the problem. There's too many people where I live. So, you know, Javier and Rajput are all going to be out there waiting. Because the $150 they can make on the Switch 2 is more than they make in a day. Yeah, I'm kind of pissed off because I ordered some expensive items, and both the sellers like literally waited over a week to ship them out. And of course, they're arriving now when I'm out of town, but luckily I did a hold mail request. But still, I don't want my expensive shit sitting at the post office and getting lost. Yeah, one of the things when it arrives, I don't know if I can show it on stream or not, but it might get me in trouble. I can't afford this shit! But let's just say it's a pretty neat item. It's not like cards or anything like that. You're broke! One of the things I ordered is like solid silver like cups. Just cause, you know, I don't know. But yeah, I ordered like some sterling silver like solid cups. And then, yeah, I ordered another item, which I'll figure out if I want to share it or not, but that one might just have to remain a mystery. Too hot for you? Maybe. Optically, it might not be a good thing to show off. It could definitely be used against me. We'll just put... No, it's not Gooner shit. I wouldn't care about that. And also, what would I be ordering that's Gooner shit? Yeah, instead of Klaus Mystery, it's Griffin Mystery now. There you go. A flash? Dude, I'm pretty sure you can show those on YouTube. Doesn't Moist Shitticle have like an entire dildo and pocket pussy collection video? I don't think that's a problem. As long as you're not fucking it on camera, I don't think it would matter, right? There's probably fleshlight unboxings on YouTube. The bundle of sticks keeps mentioning you on what? I don't follow him on YouTube, so I have no idea. Or is it just on Shitter still? Whenever he pops up in my Twitter feed, I just hit not interested, so I don't like actively see whatever the fuck it is he's tweeting. Because sometimes I get, like, the fanboy shit in my feed. So, every once in a while he pops up and it's like, ugh, gross. Not interested. Oh, shit. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 2. What's the status on Walmart? I don't know. It's probably either on ordered or preparing. Let's see. Purchases. It just says placed still. But yeah, I would imagine it'll say preparing the day of. I have no idea. I have no clue, bro. But it says the 5th, so I'm assuming it should be fine. It's probably just my local store hasn't started preparing the orders yet, because that's where the shopping bag icon ships from, is the actual store. Am I going to go live 4 p.m. East? Oh, for the state of play. I think it's at 5. So, yeah, if I'm free, I might do it. It just depends if I'm busy with work stuff or not. But ideally, yeah, I will be going live tomorrow afternoon. At least for the event, and then I'll come back on at my normal time. So... yeah, I mean, I'm going to probably stream all night Thursday, and then I took off Friday because of, you know, my flight. So, I'll check what time it is, but yeah, I'll probably stream up until the last minute. That was the idea of taking El Palo to the dog hotel on Thursday versus Friday morning, is so that way I could stream if I wanted to on Thursday night / Friday. Since I'll be gone for 2 or 3 days. So. Or I guess just 2 days. 2 streams, 3 days, but... yeah, I saw the whole thing about the protective layer. It's literally the exact same thing that's already on the fucking current Switches. It's retarded as fuck, man. I don't understand why people are just so fucking annoying. I'm looking forward to this thing coming out just so people can shut the fuck up about it. Honestly. Jesus, man. Eclipse of the 2, Switch 2 is shipping for me. Can't wait to play. Yeah, I'm looking forward to... honestly, like, I like Nintendo's handhelds. I always have. And honestly, like, the Switch was a great little console. Just very underpowered, even when it came out. So this is exactly what I wanted, personally. I don't know. Like, I don't really think there's any reason to bitch about it. It's $450, which is not even expensive. It's a more powerful Nintendo Switch. Plays all your Nintendo Switch 1 games. And plus, you know, Nintendo's going to have a great release cadence because they've kind of been holding their wad for the past, like, year or two when it comes to releasing games. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty nice little console. I mean, the simple fact is, though, it's like if you like the first Switch, you're going to like the Switch too. It's just more of the same, but better in every way imaginable. So, unless you hate Nintendo games, I don't really think you can like the Switch 1 and dislike the Switch 2. Just doesn't seem likely to me. Oh, let me turn off these alarms. Fuck. Oops. Yeah, I set alarms to wake me up just in case. Now, whether they work or not is a different question, but yeah, ideally they do. Alright, I do not need a cactus flower. Switch 2 is going to dominate for sure. Yeah. I think it's going to do just fine. Oh, the next Smash Brothers will definitely be $80. Smash Brothers, the new 3D Mario, and the new Zelda, whenever they get announced, will all be $80. You can go ahead and take that prediction to the bank. You know, that's like the biggest no-shit prediction of all time. That's like the biggest no-shit prediction. There's no way they don't price it at 80. The only thing I don't think that'll fall into that category is like Pokemon. I don't think they'll do $80 Pokemon because they sell two versions of the same game. So that would be a little over the top, I feel like. But you never know, man. Pokemon sells like fucking crazy. Why did I delete my community post that I posted a few months ago? Because I posted it a few months ago. Why does it matter?
I can't afford this shit! You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Switch 2 expected to outsell the Wii U in 1 year. Yeah. I mean, I think, what was the launch number they said? They have like 5 to 6 million units ready to go. And they're aiming for 15 million in the first year. So it's looking pretty good, bruh. So we'll see. But I think it's going to do fine, honestly. I don't really see a world in which the Switch 2 flops, but hey, you know, crazier shit's happened, right? Mario Odyssey 2 could come. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do Odyssey 2 or not, but I have a feeling that, you know, whenever the 35th anniversary celebration of Mario is when that's going to get announced or released, whichever, you know, comes. I'm not sure when that actually falls, but I think we're coming up on the 35th anniversary of Mario, so I believe that's when the next 3D Mario will come out, but you never know. Yeah, people saying that Mario Kart's a bad launch title are just... Yeah, that's massive cope. That's like literally the best launch title that Nintendo could have had. It's their biggest game from last gen. So, and that wasn't even a new Mario Kart. We went an entire generation without getting a new Mario Kart. They're now releasing the first ever, like, you know, Mario Kart with an expanded formula. For the first time in like over 10 years, we're getting a new Mario Kart on top of that. And every single person who buys the Switch 2 is like going to default go and purchase the game, so... That game's going to do incredibly well, plus it's incredibly appealing to the, you know, normie audience. Because who doesn't actually like Mario Kart? Everybody loves Mario Kart. It's like their slam dunk game, no matter what. Yeah, the thing is, too, is like, you know, all these people are gonna suddenly change their tune, or they're gonna make the video like, I can't believe people did this. Gaming is dead and you killed it. Who knows? I think we'll get some of those melodramatic-ass videos for sure of people, you know, crying about how the Switch 2 is successful and how people bought it anyway, blah, blah, blah. Like, the We Did It Reddit moment failed. It's like, oh, wow, shocking. Shocking, man. A Reddit movement failed. Never would have seen that coming. A completely unpredictable, you know, outcome. Alright, let's see. So, U generation with the 10 white women moment.
And the following.
Okay. Mom arrested for having sex with the family dog. Yeah, that shit's gross, bro. That's the reason why women, when they're asked, you know, man or the bear, they're like the bear because, you know, they secretly want to fuck it. That's why I was put into Baldur's Gate 3. And Eclipse with the 2, it's literally what people wanted. Yeah, the same people bitching about the Switch 2 are the same people who were cheering on the Switch Pro back in 2021. Asking for exactly just this. And Digitize with the 2, Griff, you think the Switch 2 is going to be another Wii U? Absolutely not. The Wii U was like a marketing failure. So, the Wii U was an absolute marketing failure because, you know, everybody thought it was like another Wii game / accessory like Wii Fit. So, it completely bombed. Switch 2 is cut and dry. It's very easy to understand. I don't think anybody's going to have any problems with that. And Eclipse of the 2, I'm looking to play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet in 60 FPS finally. Yeah, I saw the comparison. It looks a lot better. It definitely looks a lot better. And that's one of the free upgrades too, so... And digitized with a 5, also Griffin play $10 switch to welcome tour to flex on the brokey. People complaining for a $10 game is funny as fuck, while 1-2 switch was $50 tech demo. Yeah, honestly, I'm probably not going to get the welcome tour because unless it's like an Astros playroom type situation where it's actually like a really good game, I don't really have an interest in tech demos, generally speaking. I need to charge my watch, shit. Ugh. Fuck. Yeah, I already picked up my monkey suit and shit from the Tux rental place, so I'm all ready to go, man. Can't wait. Wowie zowie. The goon stuff in Xenoblade 2, yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Pyra's titties are top tier. And Oski with the 2, it's Mario's 40th anniversary this year. Okay. Yeah, so they'll probably do something for the anniversary is my guess. At the very least, they'll announce something, but I think they'll release a Mario game for the 40th anniversary. It would kind of be crazy if they didn't. I think that's when they released the 3D All-Stars collection, right? It was for the 35th anniversary then. So, yeah, I would expect them to do something Mario-related pretty big for a 40th anniversary celebration type thing. Because, I mean, it's been, what, almost... What, 7 or 8 years? No, it's been 8 years since Odyssey came out, so... The 3D Mario team has to have something in the pipeline. And we know Nintendo doesn't like to announce anything until it's just about ready anyway, so... It would not be off-brand for them to just kind of like, all of a sudden, shadow drop, essentially, a new Mario game a few months after announcing it, or a few weeks even. Next year, Pokemon will be 30 years old. I heard that's what Gen 10... Yeah. The 30th anniversary is going to be fucking crazy. Dude, right now, the card market's absolutely wild. I can only imagine how bad the 30th anniversary set's going to be. The good thing is it'll drive up the price of the 25th anniversary set, which I have a metric fuckload of, so... I've got probably like 100 ETBs of celebrations that I don't think has gone up a lot in value that much relative to other sets, so once it pops off, hopefully, you know, it shoots up dramatically. Mario Bros. Wonder 3D? I don't think they'll do Wonder 3D. They might do a Mario Wonder 2, but... I don't know if they would do Mario Wonder 3D. Oh, I know he's going full retard mode. Bro literally made a video
Thanks, nigga. All right.
saying no one cares about the Nintendo Switch 2 after his feminine peen sucking ass has made like how many fucking videos crying and complaining about it. It's like, okay, if nobody cares, why are you making all these fucking videos about this damn thing? It's like, just, I don't know, bro. It's starting to piss me off. But yeah. Jesus, man. Trans cock sucking motherfucker. Fantasy Life? I don't know what that is. Is it another farming sim? Well, I guess maybe not. It's probably like an RPG. Yeah, he wants to buy one day one, so it's like just retarded. Who cares about the Switch 2? Oh, I want one day one though. Okay, so you do care about the Switch 2. Enough to buy one on day one from one of your subscribers because you couldn't pre-order it. So he's going to pay scalper prices for a console that nobody cares about. Interesting. If nobody cared about it, there wouldn't be scalper prices. Fantasy Life is a female game. Women. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. It's an MMO light that's mostly solo. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. Haven't heard anything about it. And Tim Marco with the 7. Rumor says Sony Santa Monica is making a 2.5D. Oh, great. God of War, Metroidvania.
This is giving hand jobs in an Olive Garden parking lot.
That's about as excited as I am, bro. You know, Dreamcast guy's enthusiasm right here basically emulates mine.
This is giving hand jobs in an Olive Garden parking lot.
You know, that actually might be more fun. You know, it doesn't surprise me. That's all I can say. They just refuse to accept the fact that nobody likes Dad of War. No one likes Dad of War, so they refuse to fucking acknowledge that the hack and slash games were better, so they don't want to give people the hack and slash games for reference. So... Yeah, old God of War is so much better. It's so much better. Like, it's, you know, a pure, just masculine, fun from beginning to end type experience. Of just blood, gore, big titties, monsters, brutal executions, badass boss fights. One of the best male characters in gaming. Like, it's just fucking awesome. The aesthetic is really cool. The setting's cool. Like, you know, God of War is just peak. And then you have Soiny's version of it, which is just, you know, boy, my feelings are hurt, but I will not be angry. Yeah, monsters with titties, exactly. Sex mini games. Like, it's just based. You know, executions that give Mortal Kombat fatalities a run for their money. They just don't make them like that anymore, man. Shit's quite sad. Yeah, people will realize how boring dodging and parrying for 80% of the time is compared to just non-stop combo-based hack and slash gameplay. Damn, bro. I just really wish I was not tired. I'm tired of it all, dude. I'm sick and tired of being called a fucking rapist. I'm tired. That's gotta be like... I feel like that's gotta be like top 10 internet moments of all time. I don't know, bro. It's just pure humor. A fucking Minecraft pedo who was like selling his girlfriend's body on the internet in like some proto OnlyFans fashion. It's just, bro, it truly is one for the ages. That's all I can say. It truly is one for the ages. No, Basherverse. That was Basherverse. He got like exposed for like some sort of, I forgot what it was, but it was like some sort of sexual charge involving a minor. And yeah, it came to light when he was like really getting big on YouTube. And yeah, Keem reported on it on Drama Alert. And as a result, people started calling him like a child rapist or some shit. And he had like this massive fucking meltdown where he just went on camera and was like, and I'm sick and tired of being called a fucking rapist. I'm tired. And then apparently he went to go kill himself, but like his girlfriend stopped him before he could pull the trigger or something. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't remember the exact details about it, but that clip is fucking great. It's one of the best clips on the internet. Easily. At least in my humble opinion. Because you know me, I'm anything if not humble, right? No, Basher. Basher Verse is his name.
I can't afford this shit!
But yeah, he would literally whore out his girlfriend to his underage audience to, like, try and get them to buy her nudes and shit. It was, like, fucking crazy, man. You know, imagine your average Minecraft YouTuber being like, yeah, guys, if you want to see my fucking whore girlfriend get fucked on camera by a massive 10-inch black dildo, you know, make sure to go to our Patreon. Bye! It's just, like, pathetic, man. Well, he died with COVID. We don't actually know if he died of COVID. Because if you died from COVID, it just means you tested positive for the common cold at a time of death. So, most people are carriers of some version of the common cold. That's why it's so common. But, yeah. Basically, if you tested positive for the common cold, you died of COVID. So that hospitals could keep getting that federal, you know, fund bucks flow. Because every person that died from COVID in your hospital, you got free money from daddy government. Speaking of which, did you guys hear about the Chinese person who got caught trying to smuggle fungus into the United States or something? Like, apparently these two Chinese nationals that were a couple, one of which worked at the University of Michigan, one of them was, like, trying to release this fungus that would kill, like, potentially billions upon billions of pounds of crop yield. So, yeah, that tells you the current state of the tariff situation for the people saying that Trump is losing. It's like, bro, the Chinese are literally trying to conduct fucking, you know, biological warfare on the United States covertly. But somehow we're losing the trade war. Right. They're just trying to destroy our entire agricultural industry because they're just truly unfazed by, you know, the economic prowess of the current administration. I don't understand why we allow Chinese nationals in the United States anyway, man. They don't let our people in, and they sure as shit don't, like, let them run free. So, like, China should be considered an enemy, in my personal opinion. Like, China should just be considered a hostile nation, and we should just bar any and all Chinese persons from entering the United States. Just full fucking blanket. Almost every single Chinese national that works for, like, a big corporation sends home trade secrets anyway to the Chinese government. So we're just basically allowing a bunch of literal fucking, you know, espionage agents live in the United States, which you could make the argument, well, yeah, at least they're being monitored if they're here, but it's like, yeah, they're still getting shit, and imagine if this didn't get caught. Like, what could have happened? It would have been catastrophic. So, the Chinese are not our friend. Do I have a flag on my lawn? I don't have a lawn. I live in an apartment, so no, I do not. But yeah, if I had a house, I would love to get one of those big-ass flag poles with the, you know, massive flags. Those things are cool. Yep, I live in my Goi pod. I live in my Goi pod apartment, so Yeah, it's great, man. I can fit all my Funko Pops in here perfectly fine. There's no risk of flooding. Yeah, the only grass I can touch is if I take my dog to, like, a park or something. Then there's plenty of grass, but yeah, no grass readily available. Sad to say. South Africa is Gino the Farmers. Yeah. And just like Zimbabwe, they will learn that, you know, it wasn't black excellence that built their country. Griffin's scared of single mommies and yoga pants. Yeah, exactly. I just can't trust myself around. No. They are scary, bro. Single moms. Ooh. Let's see, yours truly with the 24 hours till Switch 2. Let's fucking go. That's right, dude. Hell yeah. It'll be nice, man, once it's finally here, and then, you know, all the fucking retards can finally shut the fuck up about how it's a scam. Everything I don't like is a scam. I bought a physical multiple physical copies of the Legend of Zelda games, of Mario Kart World, and Bravely Default. Those are the games I got. My analogy of single moms? I don't know what my analogy is for single moms. I mean, if you're talking about the, like, used save file, then that's not mine, but I do agree with it wholeheartedly. I don't understand why you'd want to raise somebody else's child, genuinely. Makes no sense to me. Like, you're actively rooting against your own potential children. It'd be like helping your coworker get the promotion that you actually want. Be fucking dumb, man. You would never do that. It goes directly against your own self-interest. Yeah, bro, the only kids I'm going to be providing for are my own. That's it. Aside from that, nah. You accepted the true cell lifestyle? Why? Just gym, bro. Just gym, bro. Go lift heavy shit, dude. Everyone knows that if you just go to the gym, you'll have a million women just trying to suck your cock immediately. Come on, man. Don't give up. Yeah, there were some absolutely fire chicks at my gym today. Absolute fire. No, I thought the gym was a woman-free zone. I was wrong. I was trying to get away from women, not near them, obviously. Obviously. Depends on what time of day you go. So if you go very early in the morning, there's a lot of women there. So, you know, like the yoga chicks, the treadmill chicks, the stair climber chicks, the light weightlifting chicks. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of women in the morning. But if you go late at night, it's mostly guys. Because I think the thing is, you know, women, when they get ready in the morning, they don't want to have to go to the gym and then get ready again if they go out. So most women go to the gym before they get ready for work. So that way, once they do, like, their makeup and hair and all that type of shit, they're good for the day. Versus having to, like, do it again after they go to the gym after work, so... I don't know. But yeah, mainly all the women are there earlier on in the morning or right after work if you're there. But if you go late at night, nobody's there other than a bunch of dudes. It's just the gym bros late at night. Which do I prefer? Well, let's just say you get a better view in the morning, but if you're just talking about pure practicality, going late at night's better because you don't have to wait for stuff. Like, it's pretty much empty, other than, like, probably 20 or 30 people. So if you don't want to have to wait to use certain machines, going at night's better. But as far as the scenery goes, definitely the morning's better. So if you want something to, you know, I guess look at while you're working out, then that's the better choice. You know, if you want to look at a bunch of girls you'll never talk to anyway, then yeah, there you go. Bricked up? Nah. I actually have never gotten bricked up at the gym, so I stay laser focused, dude. Yeah, it's also nice too, which, you know, call me a racist if you'd like, but I like the fact that my gym is like the one place in my area that I can go to that's a majority white. That is a nice feeling. It's like the one place in my area that's still that way. Pretty much everywhere you go either looks like fucking Tijuana or New Delhi. And smells like it too. It's not even so much the blacks, bro. Like, wherever you go in like the Northern Virginia, DC area, it's either flooded with Hispanics or Indians. That's like the most common like ethnicity you see is just Indians or Hispanics everywhere. And they're always in massive fucking family units. So it's like, you know, the husband, the wife, the fucking uncle, the aunt, the grandparents, the fucking 85 children. It's like, holy shit, dude. You can't even fucking move in like Costco, for example. Takes 20 fucking minutes just to get to the checkout line. And then you have to wait another 20 minutes in the checkout line. And God forbid you want to buy any food. Because you ain't getting any anytime soon. It's going to take at least 35 minutes for them to fill your order.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, you can't even park at Costco half the time. You have to wait for a parking spot. So the Costco closest to me is the one at Pentagon City Mall. If you're familiar with this area for whatever chance. And the way they have it set up is there's like a parking lot out front, but it's always full. So you have to go into like this parking garage, which has like the tightest fucking turns ever on the ramp. And it is literal fucking hell to go. I don't know, bro. I should just cancel my membership. I don't fucking use it because it's such a pain in the ass to like just, I don't know. I should cancel my Costco membership. I don't fucking use it. I would like to use it. I used it during COVID when all the, you know, low IQ individuals were too afraid to leave their house because, you know, CNN said so. So it was nice. I could just walk in and buy whatever the fuck I wanted and walk out. So it was really nice. And it's like the one place near me that has like, you know, a lot of groceries and stuff in bulk. Because I don't have a Walmart. But, you know, nowadays it's like literally freaking New Delhi's fucking meat market. And you can barely even move in there. I don't know if I have a BJ's near me or not, but Sam's Club, I don't think I have one near me. Because I don't have a Walmart near me, and typically those two are close by. But yeah, the local gym is like the last bastion of whiteness in my area. So, at least I feel like I belong in one place. Yeah, DC is a place you visit and you never really want to go back to it. There's really nothing special about this area at all once you do the museums. Like, once you do the museums and you see the National Mall and that type of stuff, it's like, okay, I'm over this area. Like, it genuinely sucks living in this area, but yeah. You know, it's like the one place you can actually get high-paying jobs, so fun times, man. And I don't take advantage of any of the shit people like about this area, which is like the nightlife, the restaurants, the bars, and that type of shit. The sports, there's a ton of sports teams. So I don't do any of that stuff, so it's like literally I'm just stuck in an area with a bunch of shit I don't care about anyway. But, you know, I got a decent paying job. Luckily, I can work remote, even if my cost of living is super high. But eventually, I'll be able to move out of this area. Why do you always complain about life all the time? Because I can. It's my fucking YouTube channel. Let's see. Tim Marco with the 279 under Trump. Many forgot about Pride Month. I know, isn't it nice? We are not focusing on a month about shoving cock up your ass. Amazing. You know, remember when that was like just normal? Or, you know, back in the day when gay people just wanted to get married instead of molesting kids and injecting them with fucking puberty-blocking hormones. It's a crazy time to look back on, man. What's wrong with gay marriage? They just want to get married, dude. Yeah, the slippery slope argument is like the most valid argument that gets, you know, I think undeservedly made fun of, bro, because almost every single slippery slope argument regarding left-wing degeneracy has been proven absolutely correct on every single occasion. You know, if there's one thing we should take from, you know, Nazi Germany, it's definitely the burning of the tranny books. But not necessarily burning the books, but purging the internet of any and all traces of troon ideology. The world would immediately become a better place. It is kind of crazy how few people actually know that's the shit that was getting burned, though. Most people think it was like fucking, you know, normal books. It's like, no. It was like literally the guide on how to transition children and shit like that. It makes that Indiana Jones scene age kind of poorly. I wonder if George Lucas actually knew that. Did you guys know also that when he was making that movie, apparently Steven Spielberg tried to convince him to not make the Holy Grail a, you know, positive artifact. Spielberg wanted him to make the Holy Grail like this cursed object that killed everyone who drank from it, and it was like a cup of evil or some shit. But George was like, no. Yeah, it's like the meme where it's like, you know, the Jewish relic, the Ark of the Covenant, filled with face-melting demons. The Christian artifact heals wounds and gives you everlasting life. And it's like, what did George Lucas mean by this? Spielberg is a Jew. Dude, his last name ends with Berg. Do you really have to ask that question? Of course he's a Hollywood Jew. Most prominent directors are Hollywood Jews because they're the only ones that can get bankrolled. The only way you can get money and permission from a studio to make a movie is if you're a part of the tribe, man. They've controlled Hollywood since the very beginning. So, the Jews and the mob worked together back in the day, basically, to found Hollywood. And the mob slowly got pushed out, and, you know, the tribe took it over. Kojima's still a hack. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's the same Frankish Jews, bro. Like, the Frankfurt School is the issue. So, you know, whenever people say the elites and then people say, oh, no, it's the Jews, it's like, if you want to be hyper-specific, it's the Frankist Jews. the Frankfurt School, which was, you know, like a center for Jewish knowledge or whatever back in like the 30s and shit, is like basically the inception point of a lot of this degenerate shit. So, they are the problem. That ideology of Judaism. If you want to be hyper-specific. Because most people don't even know about the Frankfurt School and all that type of stuff. So it's like, you know, if somebody says, you're just anti-Semitic, just say, no, I just don't like Frankist Judaism. They'll have no idea what the fuck that means. It's like saying you don't like, you know, the fucking Mormons, but you don't mind other Christians. Like, just for a very, you know, random example. So... you know, just like not all Muslims are, you know, cow fucking, sister slamming, knife wielding, bomb wearing retards. But, you know, there's certain sects of Islam that are extreme, you know, and literally mentally retarded from generations of inbreeding. But, yeah. So, it just depends. I don't know. You'll never win an argument if you try and label, like, every single member of a certain group as bad. So, if you can point to, like, a specific ideology, it helps your case. But free Palestine, bro? Yeah, exactly. Dude, honestly, like, a tactical nuke could be dropped in the middle of Israel, wiping out that country and Palestine in one fell swoop, and I wouldn't even bat a fucking eye. The only loss would be the Khazar milkers. That's quite literally it. Aside from that, I genuinely could not be, like, bothered to give a fuck what happens to either one. Genuinely. What if Christianity took back the... Why? Why do we need to take back the Holy Land? When does Jesus ever say that Christians need to dominate fucking Israel? The entire point of Christianity is to not live of this world, but to prepare yourself for the kingdom of God in heaven. Like, why would you need to, like, dominate Israel as, like, a Christian? It makes no sense. It's like the whole argument of, like, oh, well, Christians are, you know, duty-bound to protect, you know, the Israelis. And it's like, no, they're fucking not. That's literally retarded. The Crusades were not about retaking the Holy Land. It was more so about ending isolationism in Europe. And also the Turks were, you know, an active threat, and it was like an effort to push them back from, you know, encroaching on the Eastern Roman Empire. So... it was never about actually, you know, caring about the Holy Land. It was more so to keep the Ottoman horde from encroaching further. No, I didn't watch the Minecraft movie. I did not watch the Minecraft movie. That's not really my thing. I just hate Jack Black in general, so anything he's involved with, I try to actively avoid. Oh shit, I made the wrong thing. Fuck. Nope, I've never seen the Mario movie either. Bro, honestly, I have zero desire to watch anything like video game, movie related at all. I don't really care about it. Like, I don't need to see a movie adaptation of a video game. I'll just watch cutscenes at that point, like shit. Or I'll watch a no commentary playthrough of the game, but yeah, video game movies, I don't really get the appeal. Let's see. Tim Marco the 7, I do my exercise in a pool near me, cheaper than any gym in my area, and it's clean. Yeah, I do like pools. I would have a pool if I had space for one. But yeah, I don't know of any pools near me. The only pools I probably have near are probably just massive cesspools of unchanged diapers and unwashed SARS. They probably think it's a public bath. But yeah, I would love to have a pool in like my backyard or something in my future home. I think that'd be awesome. And Nick Batista with a 2, do you think New York will be a red state at some point?
Or get the fuck out.
If Hispanic voting trends continue to trend right, which all indicators kind of point to that will happen, then it's possible, yeah. I think so. But it's not probably going to happen in the next decade or 2 decades. It'll probably take a while, but it's possible. But it would take a pretty big shift. And Run a Dog with the 37 months. Appreciate it, man. Ready for Last of Us 3 announcement. Oh boy, am I. I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. If anything, if Naughty Dog announces something, it's going to be the next Uncharted. I have a feeling. Because Neil said their other game that they've been working on is, you know, something he has not actively taken a role in, so we'll see what that actually means, or if he's just lying, but Yeah, Drake's daughter will be on the search for the Lost OnlyFans, the Lost OnlyFans algorithm, so that she can promote her adult content to the largest audience possible. Some dude got arrested for jumping the Mar-a-Lago, I'm guessing he meant fence, because he wanted to marry Kai Tron. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sure she was dripping wet at the sight of that. I'm sure it was literally a waterfall event at the just the opportunity to marry such an amazing guy. You know, slippery when wet. They had to put up signs everywhere on the grounds. Jesus, man. Yeah, I think she's been 18 for a while. Wasn't she, like, going to college around the time of the election? I don't fucking know, to be honest. I don't really care. She turned 18 on May 12th? Oh, shit, man, I better start working on my jump. I'll bring some pool shoes too, just in case. Why don't I stream the wedding? Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Then everybody can see me sloppy drunk crying. It should have been me. Did you really just say stream at the hotel? Bro, have you never been to a hotel in your life? The internet at hotels is literal fucking dog shit. Come on. You really think I'd be able to live stream from a fucking hotel on the Wi-Fi? Hotspot? Again, have you never stayed in a hotel? You don't get good cell reception in a hotel. Don't stay at a cheap hotel. It doesn't matter what hotel you... Dude, I stayed at, what was it called? Like the JW Marriott or whatever. Like the highest end Marriott hotel when I went to Atlanta. And the internet there fucking sucked, and you had to pay $80 to access it. It was absolute garbage. So, even at fancy-ass hotels, the internet is trash. Of course you went to Atlanta. Yeah, I had to for work, dumbass. Some of us actually work for a living. You should try it out sometime. Trying to bleach some BBL baddies. Yeah, dude, definitely. That's exactly my type, man. I hope she's just post-op, too, so you can still smell the fucking rotting flesh. Yeah, apparently BBLs smell like shit. Like, even more so than a normal ass. Because, you know, it's a medical, basically, experiment type thing. Apparently it stinks. And it takes months to heal, too, I believe. A BBL, it's a Brazilian butt lift, where basically they do liposuction on you. They suck fat from, like, your stomach or wherever. And then they take the fat and then literally spray it inside of your ass, making it look fat. Because they're putting body fat, like, directly into your ass, essentially. So, yeah. It's gross. And apparently it has a very nasty, distinct smell to it. For like weeks and weeks and weeks after it's done. Shit's nasty, bro. You'd have to be an autist to like BBL or black. Black men love the BBL. So it's more of a black thing than anything else. Like most white women don't get BBLs. Asians don't really like BBLs. It's just black guys that typically like it. Well, Adam22 is a white N-word, so, yeah. He wants to be black so bad, but not like a normal black person. He wants to be like the lowest common denominator black person. Like, he actually thinks he's like some fucking ghetto, hood, like whatever. It's like, dude, you're a clown. That's it. He's a wig. Let's just put it that way. Adam 22 is a wig. Yeah, unfortunately, New England has a lot of wannabe black whites. Just generally speaking. Up north, it's more of a thing than down south. All this work and you still use stone why would I use something else when I'm just clearing, you know, infinite sand, basically? Could last longer. Story of my life, dude, but it ain't happening. Death Stranding codes are going out 3 weeks before launch. Are you excited? Oh, yeah, dude. I can't wait to not play it. Just got back from watching the new Mission Impossible. They all feel the same at this point. Yeah. Well, how many of them are there? It's like at least 10, I feel like. It's kind of like Fast and Furious, where it's like they've already done everything. There's not really anything else you can do with cars and, like, heists. I don't know. Hollywood is completely creatively bankrupt, so they just keep making the same shit over and over and over and over again. 7 or 8. Yeah, the original Mission Impossible movies were like really edgy and like, you know, it had that like 90s action movie feel where, you know, you had like hot chicks, just kind of cool action and stuff like that. And then it became the fucking, you know, emotion Impossible. Where, you know, it's all about the deep connections and relationships and the dialogue. It's like, you're missing the whole fucking point of what this franchise is about. But, yeah. I don't know, dude. Everything got so pussified. Like, mid-2000s to, like, 2010s. Especially with Hollywood. Yeah, after Fast 5, the franchise started really going downhill. Personally, I like those, the Oceans 11, 12, and 13 movies more so than Mission Impossible, generally speaking. I prefer that style of heist movie versus, you know, secret agent shit. Ocean's 8? No, I did not. I don't deliberately go out of my way to watch most movies, and I sure as shit don't go out of my way to watch bad movies. That's why I said Oceans 11, 12, and 13. I can pick up my Switch at 9 p.m. Pacific. Nice. Yeah, Tokyo Drift is a good Fast and Furious movie. I don't know, the old Fast and Furious movies were like just good for like turn off your brain type of shit. The later ones got way too fucking serious. The Japanese cars are gay? Yeah, but at the end of the fucking movie, the American car kicks the Japanese car's ass. As an allegory for World War II. the Rice rocket gets blasted by, you know, American engineering. Tokyo Drift was the last one about gangs and street racing, then it turned into a Marvel series. Well, Fast 5 was kind of still about gangs, and Fast and the Furious, or whatever it was, the fourth one, it was about the drug cartel, so... Right? I always get the numbers confused, but I think 4 and 5 still had, like, the crime element to it, at least. Whereas, like, you know, Fast and Furious 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are about saving the fucking world and shit. Like, it's not just about, yeah, we're gonna fucking, you know, use our insane driving skills to either win a race or steal some shit. So, it still had the heist element to it. Then it just became like a typical, you know, herder, save the world type, you know, copy-paste story. But, I don't know. I still think overall the franchise is enjoyable. It's just the later entries become very, very samey. Like, you can tell they really started to run out of ideas, and they're just, like, trying to do anything different. Also, the fucking blonde lesbian chick is not a good villain at all. I think Fast and Furious 7, I would say, is probably the best of the ones past 5. But... give away one of your Switch 2s. Then,
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
why do the British have bad teeth? Because most dental procedures are not covered in their free elf care, and even if they are, the wait times to see a dentist are insanely long. It's the problem with most free elf care systems, is there's typically not enough medical professionals for whatever capacity. I don't think braces are covered by insurance in the UK either. You have to pay for them out of pocket, which I think in the US, depending on your insurance plan, they're included. So... But yeah, a lot of these countries that have the free elf care, which at least they're not getting shot in maths, right? But yeah, with the free elf care, the wait times are so insane. Like, you have to sometimes wait 6 months to a year just to see a specialist on certain things. No, you have to speak proper English, like our chaps in the UK do. They don't say health care, they say elf care. Just like Harry Potter. You gotta pronounce it authentically British. Britain. Well, you don't really need good teeth to take over the world, so I don't really know what that has to do with. The Romans probably had fucking terrible teeth, if they even had teeth at all later in life. That used to be the criteria for finding a good wife back in the day, was that she still had all of her teeth. So, yeah. Back in those days, man, you didn't really have great oral hygiene. Crazy, Australia was just a bunch of prisoners, and now it's a first world country. That just speaks to the white excellence, man. You can drop us white people anywhere in the world, given the worst circumstances imaginable. And, you know, we're a resilient people that pull together and make shit happen, even in the most unlikely of places. We got the winner's mentality, guys. That's all I can say. is most of the known world is even slightly modernized today because of, you know, a little group of people called White people. The world's greatest minority. When will the Native Americans take back their country? We are the Native Americans, bro. Born and raised. Bro, the natives all crossed over in Alaska and then worked their way down the continent. They were transitory people. They weren't actually native to the, you know, Americas. They basically walked across the Bering Strait during the Ice Age following mammoths, you know, back in the day. They didn't originate in this particular area. They were literally transitory people following the mammoth hordes. And yeah, eventually, I would say they set up civilizations and stuff, but not really. Other than like in Mexico. Only exception to white excellence is Argentina. It's like 90% European. The economy's terrible. Alright. When you say it's 90% European, do you mean that 90% of people have European heritage, or that 90% of people are pure white? Because there's a huge difference. Because the majority of Mexico has, like, white genealogy, but it's not a white country. But Argentina, to the best of my knowledge, has, like, good infrastructure and everything. But I don't know. Well, Neoverse, it's not even so much that nobody says it like that anymore. You don't have the chav accent. Or whatever it's called, of like the super uneducated Brits who can't pronounce English. Those are the people who say, like, elfcare. You know, the ones that you need subtitles for when they speak their own language. So, it's not the normal Brits. It's the chavs, or whatever they're called. Griffin is a unironic white supremacist now. How the mighty have fallen. Who's fallen? Don't you know the brothers were the real ones that made all that, but them's white people stole our history. That's right. We was the pyramid builders, the philosophers, the doctors, the writers, the explorers, the inventors. We was everything. And then we have that she is stolen. Shit's insane, bro. They also claim to be the Mayans and the Aztecs. Dear fucking God. Have they no shame? We know they have no brain, but have they no shame? I wonder how long it's going to be until Candace Owens hops on the Afrocentrism grift. She'll pivot from, you know, the Jews are like trying to, I guess, rewrite history, and then all of a sudden start dumping all this fucking Afro fucking, you know, centrism shit on everybody. And then her, I don't even know, bro. Drone audience will be like, oh my God, she's so right, dude. Let's see. Use the word chav wrong. We use that how Americans say white trash. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. The white trash British who can't pronounce the words correctly. Yeah. Who, like, leave the letters out. Like how they say Harry Potter. Or shit like that. I don't know. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was going for when I said it. And Jesus with the 5, all this manufactured hype for the Thunderbolts movie, and it's still lost over 100 million. MCU collapsing is a beautiful sight indeed. I agree, man. Marvel slop needs to die, and die quickly.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Billy Mitchell. Yeah, we can check it out. We can take a look. Dude, I'm going to have to force myself to go to the gym this morning. It's going to be bad. I went to the gym tonight. Already. So... Yeah, the British might have history, but they're not going to have a future at this rate. Mahmud and Muhammad will be the future of Britain, not George and William. Why do black cities like Detroit, New Orleans, Baltimore, etc. look worse than third world countries? How do I want to word this without being, hashtag racist? The population's similar to those third world countries. The population composition is almost identical to third world countries, especially in a certain continent. Nah, it's worse. They're gonna be Pakistan number 2. Which is even worse than India. Is this thing leaking? Jesus with the 5 named my rocket launcher in Team Fortress 2 No More Goats in Gaza. And someone got mad and started ranting about fascism. I mean, all you have to do is say, well, I prefer fascism to fucking goats.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You'd be like, well, can you blame them? Have you seen Muslim women? Oh, wait. They haven't either. And then you can hit them with the Reddit chuckles, dude. Get it? Because they're all wearing garbage bags and shit. But yeah. Yeah, most, like, very, I would say, I don't know, not orthodox, but hardcore Muslims, let's just say, they all interbreed with each other. So, they all have, like, basically almost sister wives, but not quite that bad. They're, like, always marrying their first cousins and everything like that. Like, the majority of immigrants in the UK from Muslim countries, for example, are married to a cousin. So, yeah, there's a lot of inbreeding that takes place. I thought you said it was bad in Hispanic culture with that kind of stuff too. I don't think it's as pronounced in Hispanic culture to marry like your cousin. I know it's like somewhat common, but I don't think it's as bad. Like within Islam and like India and places like that, marrying your cousin is like commonplace. But I mean, in Hispanic culture it does happen, but I don't think it's as prominent. It's not as prominent, I don't think. But I'm not sure. Usually it's cultures that still practice arranged marriages where it's an issue. So, Islam and India both, you know, still practice arranged marriages. So, inbreeding is far more common amongst those groups. Because, bro, your mama's baby daddy could be your baby mama's daddy. Because the government pays single mothers to be single mothers. That's why. It's all part of LBJ's plan to have those N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. Yeah, black people get a disproportionately high amount of government aid across the board. So, yeah. Let's see. Jesus with the 2, Hype for Metal Eden, and Space Marine Remaster. I think I have that Metal Eden game on my wish list, but I don't remember what it actually was. What would be your LBJ motto / saying if you were Supreme Ruler, aka President of the US one day? I don't know. Honcho Reckless with the 2, you're gonna stream the State of Play? Yeah. As long as I'm free, like, of work stuff, then yeah, I will. I'll try to do it. But, yeah, there's the possibility I might be busy, but most likely, yeah, I will be streaming it. I will do my best to stream it. When will a black scientist invent something for mankind? I don't know. Are the pyramids not good enough for you, bro? Oh, shit. It's crazy, just that tiny little spot. The big, beautiful bill, it's a good start. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it's probably as good as it's going to get for now. Because unfortunately, while Trump has the right motivations, Congress, on the other hand, is fucking awful. So, as usual. Damn, 50-year-old white dude tries to cheat on his wife with 13-year-old. Is that the white greatness you're talking about? Yeah, at least he has a wife. In another scenario, it would just be a 50-year-old man tries to fuck a 13-year-old, so... if you want to play it that way. Why the fuck did this spawn up here? Will it survive? Oh, it despawned. Shit. Why is my bed in here? I guess I moved it. No way, dude. You joined my game? Oh my god. No way. How did you get in here? Sprawling empire with only one bed, that's right. Just how the Lord intended it. I mean, why would I need more than one bed, though, is the question. It's just me by my lonesome in here. Just like in my real life. Only at least in this world, I matter. Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. I thought it was the torches I didn't get. Damn it. Feels like there's motion blur or something on. Let's see. Filter profanity. Thank God, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a blur.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
No, you're not a leftist if you want to filter profanity. You're a Phil Spencer fan. You're a member of the Will of Phil. He also filters profanity. You generation with the 10. Billy just keeps winning. I am going to buy his hot sauce.
Greetings, everyone.
Alright, we'll take a look. Hello, legends. My Chinese wife left me. Now it's just me and my video games. Hello, legends. My battle against Billy Mitchell is not the only legal victory that I have been robbed of lately. My wife decided to divorce me and took my 2 children that I found out weren't even mine in the first place, but I couldn't tell because, well, they were Chinese. The only thing I'm inviting a local Somali gang to is to jump into a vat of molten lava or melted fucking liquid metal. That's it, bro. Let's go swim laps in a pool of liquid metal. Aside from that, I don't really want anything to do with Somali gangs. Yeah, we love our Somalis. We love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so great. Yeah, the fucking Alex Jones fidget spinner video. Goated. Why are there so many people on the right defending Glenn Greenwald guide? Because they're not on the right. That's the thing. Is like they're so-called conservatives, but I don't know how you can defend a guy dressing up like a fucking little schoolgirl in panties and shit, kissing the feet of a black guy in like some weird white race play domination fetish, and then literally gets filmed on camera becoming a financial cuck to his fucking black daddy. It's like so fucking disgusting. Purge the heretic, man. There's no such thing. You know, it should be completely disavowed by everyone, but nope. The cuck-servative trend continues. And what makes it worse is he's one of those gay dudes that, you know, adopted kids that he totally doesn't molest. And yeah, so he has children in the same house that he's doing that degenerate fucking shit in. It's disgusting, man. But yeah, that shit was absolutely foul. Depraved, disgusting, degenerate shit. Just trying to use Trump as a defense. Yeah, last time I checked, Trump didn't put on a fucking dress and kiss the fucking feet of a black guy begging to send him $2,000 on PayPal. If he's Jewish, maybe. Could be, man. Crazier shit's happen. Oops.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Soycast got the 11 months, people hyping up the state of slop as usual. Yep, some things never change. And some people never learn that these gaming events just genuinely fucking suck nowadays. I don't know. Huh. Apparently Mario 3D All-Stars got a Nintendo Switch 2 patch. That's funny, and all the like little Twitter retards are freaking out about it because they don't even sell the game anymore. Yeah, I have a few graded copies of the game. But yeah, I have a bunch of sealed copies still. His Switch 2 grift? I don't know. You know, poor Dreamy. He's gonna have to sell some more stuff to his girlfriend. Although, he doesn't really talk about his girlfriend too often anymore. So hopefully there's no trouble in paradise. Why is his mic only on the right channel? Huh? Whose? My watch is fully charged. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, U Generation probably is brown. So he's probably got like some sub-Saharan in him. Maybe a little bit of you know, South Asian. But and run a dog with the 2. You ready for side scroller God of War? Oh boy, am I, dude. I love Metroidvanias so much. Who thought that was a good idea? Like, honestly. They just refuse to give us real God of War. And it's really irritating. Yeah, it's probably a pass for me too. I have zero interest in a Metroidvania. Fritz said that Metroidvania God of War sounds badass. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that guy doesn't even play video games, so who really cares what he has to say? He's not going to buy it or play it anyway. You know, he's probably more excited for Death Stranding 2, the walking simulator of the year. I remember that, bro. He used to shit on that game all the fucking time until it came to PC. Then all of a sudden it was great, dude. Just like all the other Xbots in disguise. Bill Hurd with the 10, the gay native actor from King of the Hill, was shot by his neighbor. His husband said the neighbor was homophobic based and shot him, people using that to say that's why Pride Month is important. Yeah, I heard that basically the guy that got shot was like some sort of like public nuisance who was always starting shit and waving his gun around at other people, so I don't know. The husband is probably just trying to cash in, like, you know, this is his St. Floyd moment. Oh, I can believe that he said it was a good idea, but that's the thing, is he doesn't play enough video games to know what is or isn't a good idea. When all you do all day is just sit on Twitter tweeting about console fanboy shit 24/7, like a homosexual 16-year-old. You know. And E-Man with the 5, mute Rent-A-Dog. Alright.
You fucking cuck. I know that's one of your favorite words, you right-wing asshole. Say, come on, cuck. Ask real fucking questions, cuck. And don't be a fucking pussy, because you're a bigoted asshole too. Fuck you.
And Bill Hurd with the 5, the crazy thing about... the crazy thing is we know very little... And people jumping on for the narrative, neighbors dispute all the time, and the husband's a biased source. Yeah, exactly. Yup. Colby's stupid, and he can't even back up his argument of it being a slop game. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, dude, G in LGBT stands for gamers, so be very afraid. You hate Kool-Aid. Well, then you ain't black. Why is this thing leaking? Guess it wasn't seated properly. My purple drink? That's right. Codeine dreaming.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit! Give me money, open your wallet, and give me all of your monies.
Alright, well hopefully that was everything you were hoping for. Hopefully that was everything you were hoping for. Let's see. And Bill Herbert the 5, the crazy thing is we know very little people jumping on the narrative. Neighbors dispute all the time, and the husband's a bias source. Well, the thing is apparently the neighbors said that this guy like would walk around harassing people with a fucking gun and shit, so yeah, apparently this is building for a while. And also, oh boy, can't wait for the Fable, or wait, for Fable to show some gameplay. Hopefully it's at the Xbox event. Yeah, dude, it looks so good. I can't wait to play it. And you generation with the 2, wake up Juan's cat. I think we did, but
Give me money.
there you go. And E-Man with the 5, ban Juanold. Alright.
A very low IQ person.
Bill Herb with the 5, ban E-Man. Alright. But I can only do it for a certain amount of time, because he's not a mod. Oh my god. I need to get like a back scratcher or something. Using a chopstick is not really optimal. Can't El Palo do it? Nope. He cannot. Use a fork? I don't have one. They're in my kitchen. I don't have one here. So I'd have to haul my ass over there and grab one. But I don't know if I want to use a fork. But yeah, I should just buy a back scratcher. They're like $10, I'm sure, on Amazon. Probably cost a big fat nothing. Got a 10-ounce silver bar. Damn. Very nice, bro. Yeah, I've got like a tube of British silver coins And I have a bunch of graded silver coins as well, but I don't have a bar. That mom got her dog to help with... Oh, God. Yeah, I guess so. Her cervix needed a scratching. Yeah, hopefully, the heckin' wholesome dog mom from the YouTube shorts isn't into that type of shit, because, you know, that would actually be a tragedy. That would truly be blackpilling. I guess the thing is, though, is as long as a woman gets her dog neutered, it's not a big deal. If a woman refuses to neuter her dog, then you know what's up. That's when you know what's up, man. When women don't want to neuter their dogs, that's when you know. You know, like, it's time to walk away. You're better off just not knowing at that point, but in the back of your mind, you already do know. How do I have nasty thoughts when someone else brings up a dog mom? Or I guess just a mother having sex with her fur baby. Her husband watched behind it. Oh my God. Well, you know, I guess they were made for each other. Who turned her in? Yeah, the Bible's very clear on what you should do with someone like that. Kill them. Cucked by a dog. Dude, so gross. So gross, man. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences. I agree, man. It is nasty. Shit's grody. Herself, because they went to the house to arrest the husband for okay. So it's just one of those people, you know, two degenerates living under one roof. Got it. It's one of those okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like I always say, bro, it's only a matter of time when a furry gets busted for bestiality and pedophilia. You know? The two go hand in hand almost every single time. It's that forbidden fruit that you can't have that makes it extra enticing. She started with horse. Oh my god. She watched Mr. Hands. Dude, hopefully they learn their lesson and they don't pull some bullshit again where they just show off something completely fake. Oh wait, they already did. But yeah, hopefully it's not anywhere near as bad as Cyber Junk. There's no Netflix anime to save them this time. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get Hands and Yuger. What the fuck? Nasty. Let's not. Witcher 3 AI made me stop playing the game. Soulless. The combat of The Witcher is not that good. It is not good. You're definitely playing The Witcher for the story, not the gameplay. Skyrim was better than Witcher 3. I mean, gameplay-wise, I definitely enjoyed Skyrim's gameplay loop better. But I think it has a better story than Skyrim does. Witcher 3, that is. But, I don't know. They're both very different games. But technically, they're still in the same kind of pseudo-genre of, you know, Western fantasy RPGs with an open world. No, I have not played Tainted Grail yet. I haven't touched it. Dude, I really need something to wake me up. I don't know. I might have to start getting some coke or something. I have no fucking clue. Jesus. I don't know why. I'm just like so tired all the time now. Drink water? I have been. I've been drinking something better than water. I've been drinking G Fuel. That shit's got actual caffeine in it. You need to get some damn sleep. Yeah, I didn't really sleep last night or today, so. Last night I didn't stream because I just really didn't fucking feel like it. And plus I was getting ready for my trip and stuff, so. I don't know, I was kind of in a bad mood yesterday, so I figured it would be better to not stream, because I really was not in the mood. What's wrong, dog? What are you doing? He just sneezed and then, like, jumped up. It's alright, buddy. Griffin was mad. It's not even that. I just didn't want to fucking have to talk. I don't know. I don't know. Seeing Britt would probably set me off. Probably. But nah, I don't know. I just was like really not in the mood. Like I was just laying down in my bed, chilling with my dog. Then I had to I started packing up stuff, which that's probably what it was. Is I started having to get ready to go on this trip and I really don't fucking want to. So I think that's what it is. I'm just like angry that I have to go on this stupid trip. I think that's what it is. But yeah, just you know, I was having to do like a bunch of dog shit things, like trying to do hold mail requests and everything like that too, which was a pain in the ass because I got locked out of my FedEx account.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
the
nigga. All right.
USPS website wasn't working properly, so I did all that. I don't know, bro. It's just really pissing me off. So I was not in the fucking mood to stream. So what ended up happening is I just laid in bed with my dog. I was trying to get some sleep. I couldn't fall asleep, so I ended up watching 2 movies. I watched Zodiac and 7. Because I was like, oh, these are probably slow burn movies, you know, because they're just like basically crime movies that I've already seen. So I just was trying to find like the most boring movies I had on like Apple TV or whatever in my library. And I don't know, man. I was just sitting there the whole time. I fell asleep for like an hour. It's I think like 5:30, and then I woke up at 6:40 naturally. So I don't know, dude. It's not that I'm being forced to go. I'm a fucking grown-ass man. I'm not, like, forced to go, but it's, like, the one cousin I actually, like, had, like, a somewhat close relationship to as a kid and still like to this day. So It's kind of like, yeah, I have to go because, you know, it's like one of the few extended family like that I actually like. And I got invited, so it'd be kind of rude to just say, yeah, no, I'm not going. But yeah, I really don't want to fucking travel. I hate traveling. And especially I don't like special events like this. I don't know. I would have rather just sent him like a $500 like, you know, wedding gift / whatever to their honeymoon fund or whatever it might be. And instead of wasting all this money on like hotels and airfare and all that type of shit. But I don't know, dude. It's just, the more I think about it, it's irritating because it's like the Switch 2 comes out on Thursday. There's a chance it might not come, so then it'll be here Friday, which I'll be gone. So I won't be able to get my Switch 2. Then there's Summer Games Fest, basically the same, like, you know, days as well. So that's even more shit that I can't fucking do. Then it's the Xbox Showcase, which is even more fucking shit that I can't do. So it's like, not only is this trip costing me a bunch of money, but the opportunity cost of going is like insanely high because it's like the one time of year where there's actually fucking shit going on in the gaming industry. So I don't know, bro. That's also the part that pisses me off too. And then all my eBay orders started to ship, and I keep getting all the notifications like, oh yeah, it'll be here on Friday or Saturday. So now I have to worry, like, is the post office actually going to fucking hold my stuff, or are they going to try to deliver it? And then it gets stolen. So, I don't know, dude. It's just, I don't like it. I don't fucking like it. This is why I don't like to travel. And then, like, I'm trying to I had to go pick up my tux as well yesterday, and it's just like, fuck, bro. I don't know. I hated it. I don't fucking like doing this shit. I had to sit in 35 minutes of traffic to drive to fucking Pentagon City to go 3 fucking miles because of the traffic. So, it's just, bro. And that was one way. It was 40 minutes back. Because it was, yeah. And then also, I had like a super fucking busy day at work on top. I don't know, bro. It's just, I was not in the mood to stream. I was not in the fucking mood to stream at all. I was pissed off. And it probably would have not been pretty. Let's see. Raise your board with the 5. Looks like the G Fuel. Oh wait, G Fuel has a new Doom bundle. I need that damn shaker to add to my collection. Yeah, I think I ordered that a while back, unless they've added another new one. But I'm pretty sure I pre-ordered that a while back. If it's the one that comes out in September, I think I do have that one. Oh, that's why you didn't stream yesterday? Yep. Nope, I'm not doing a raid stream. Because then I just would have been pestered with the question, like, oh, are you gonna go? Are you gonna dance with the girl at the wedding? Like, Yeah, no, that would not have been good. I would not be in the mood to hear that type of shit. Let's see. Bill Hurt with the 5. Griffin gonna... Oh, here we go. Griffin gonna hook up with someone at the wedding and leave us behind. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go slam some out-of-town slam pig at the wedding and then run away together with her. Absolutely. See? Here we go. Now, that one wasn't that bad, but the other night it was pissing me off about that conversation. That one wasn't too bad. Isaiah with the 2, does your family know you're Griffin Gaming? Oh, how could they not, dude? I'm like the most famous gaming YouTuber on the platform.
I can't afford this shit!
The fact that every time the wedding is brought up, someone talks about how you're gonna hook up with... Bro, I'm telling you, like, this is the thing, is they want to go to a wedding and, like, hook up with the chick. Like, it's projection. It's pure projection. They want to live vicariously through me. So they want me to go to the wedding, hook up with the chick, and come back and talk about it so they can feel like they did something. And it's not going to happen. So, it's an out-of-state wedding. I don't know anyone that's going to be there other than, like, 3 or 4 family members outside of my parents. And, yeah, no, there's like a 0% fucking chance, dude. I'm gonna go to the damn whatever ceremony, go to the dinner, and then I'm leaving. I'm not sticking around for, like, the fucking party, whatever shit afterwards, so... Bill her with the 5. So are you gonna dance with a girl or not? Oh yeah, dude, I'm definitely going to. For the first time in my life, I'm gonna dance. How did you know? And Yogi Bear with the 5. Griffin, it's okay. It'll be a they then. Oh my god. Yeah, definitely. See, here we go. It's not projection, you're just gay and wouldn't hook up because you're gay. Dude, if I was gay, I would be hooking up every single day because gay people fuck like rabbits. Homos bang everything with a heartbeat. So if I was actually gay, I'd be having way more fucking sex than if I was straight and in a relationship. Gay men are literal fucking whores. Dude, I would already have anal seepage at this point in my life. I'd have to wear an adult diaper. I'm already close to my 30s, so if I was gay, my asshole would already be leaky. And I wouldn't have to get up to go take a shit because I'd already be wearing a diaper. So there you go. Confirmation that I am, in fact, not gay.
This shit!
Bill hurt with the 5. Griffin had the same temperament yesterday as Wings did with this dog. He didn't want to get clipped. It's not even that. It's just I didn't want to have to talk about shit. I don't know. Like, I just didn't want to fucking talk. I wanted to sit in my own misery and just, like, lay down with my dog and chill. I don't know. I just needed to be alone with my thoughts. But, yeah. It's not even so much about getting clipped. It's just, there's a certain repetitive nature of streaming where you get asked the same shit. You have to talk about shit you don't fucking care about multiple times, and I just wasn't in the mood. Like, I literally worked like a fucking dog at work all day. Doing a bunch of bullshit that I didn't want to fucking do. Having to do a bunch of, like, you know, babysitting, essentially, for the people I work with. On top of the stuff that I had to do. So that already pissed me off. Then I had to drive to the mall, which took me 35 fucking minutes to get there. And then I had to go, like, try on my tux and shit, which I fucking hate. It was hot inside. Wasn't fucking happy about that. That took like 20-ish minutes because the guy at the front counter disappeared. So I had to sit there and wait for him to like emerge out of the back so they could scan the fucking pickup receipt. Then it was a 40-minute drive back in fucking dead stop traffic. And then I got back and I started packing up my stuff. I don't know, bro. Like, I just was not in the fucking mood to do anything. Was not in the fucking mood. You know, at that moment, I wish I had a woman so I'd have someone to beat. Hell yeah. There you go. There's your clip. Just play the prison clip. Oh, God. Nasty. Temor code the 279. You should get drunk and flirt with the bridesmaids. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. I'm just ready for it to be over, and it's irritating because it's gonna waste my weekend too. So yeah, I get to take off a day from work to fucking fly. Then I get to go to a wedding I don't want to. Then my entire Sunday I'm gonna be sitting in a fucking airport waiting for my plane because I have to check out of my hotel at 10. And then my flight's not until that evening. So I'm just going to be sitting in a fucking, you know, airport for like 10 hours. And then, you know, I have to come back. I have to unpack all my shit, which, you know, luckily I don't have to do that night, but it's still irritating. And then I got to stream, which isn't a big deal. But then I got to go pick up my dog from the dog hotel. And then it's right back to work, you know?
Gaming.
So basically the entire weekend is a complete fucking waste of time. Yeah, hopefully my Nintendo Switch comes, but I'm not even hopeful. So if it comes, great, but I'm not acting like it is going to. I'm more of a syrup guy, but you know, jelly works too. And being at home isn't? What do you mean? Being at home is better. You're surrounded by all your stuff. You can sleep during the weekend. Like, I won't be able to sleep. The weekend is the one time I get to catch up on my sleep. And I don't even get that. Give them the Nintendo? No, they're not getting my Nintendo Switch. It's mine. It's my Nintendo Switch. I bought it. What if the bouquet lands on you? I won't be anywhere near it, so don't worry. And I can't wait for the random fucking, you know, family member I don't fucking know to walk up and go, "When's your wedding?" Ugh. That's the other part I don't want to fucking deal with. family. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I love traveling. Yeah, I don't know my extended family. They're like literally strangers to me. They're like literally fucking strangers to me. So I don't interact with them at all. Like, my extended family and I are estranged, to put it lightly. I haven't seen the majority of my family outside of my grandma, who's still alive, in years. So, yeah. Daryl's on the 2. When's your wedding, Griffin? Whenever I damn well please. I don't know. It's not up to me, unfortunately.
I can't afford this shit!
Nah, personally, ideally, I wouldn't even have a wedding. The whole idea of a wedding is completely unappealing to me, but, you know. Not like I have to worry about it right now anyway, because that shit ain't happening anytime soon. When do I plan on getting... maybe next spring? I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I'm not mail ordering a bride, so I have no idea, man. What is the $70 charge for? PetSmart? What the fuck?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I didn't order anything from PetSmart. Let's see. U generation with a 10. Get rid of E-Man. Looks like somebody did. Why spend money on a wedding when you can buy a Switch 2 or a 6080? Yeah, exactly. Dude, I would rather just buy another fucking house. Like, the cost of weddings is so crazy. If a 10 out of 10 girl knocked on your door and begged you to marry her, would the wedding be soon? Well, are we talking 10 out of 10 just visually or also personality-wise? I mean, I guess. Like, if I magically came across the literally, like, perfect person, then yeah, I guess it wouldn't really take long to decide. But, you know, this ain't a fucking anime, bro, so... Some fucking double D baddie is not just gonna knock on your door and say, "Please, master, let me suck your cock." So, yeah, this is not, what's that shit? High School DxD or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Pick your favorite harem anime. That shit ain't real life. Daryl's on with the 2. When can we meet your GF Aerith? Right now. Go buy Final Fantasy VII Remake and play that chapter. Where Cloud falls from the reactor into the church. You mean a succubus isn't going to appear in my room at 3 a.m., have violent sex, and then fall in love with me? Killing me? Yeah, sorry, man. The only one that's appearing in your room at 3 a.m. and having violent sex with you is your creepy Uncle Bob. You know? That's about it. Creepy Uncle Bob might break into your room at 3 a.m. and have violent sex with you, but I don't know if y'all are gonna fall in love. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2, there's nothing wrong with a civil ceremony. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's just like the idea of spending 20 grand to invite a bunch of people you don't really fucking care about having at an event that you don't really care about is just really irritating. Don't know if I'd want to spend that money. So just get her a bigger engagement ring. I don't know, bro. Like, the whole wedding industry is a fucking scam. It's just a cash extraction scheme. It's another one of those women's workplaces that are just designed to keep women from having kids. So, yeah. It's one of those fake job industries. How tall am I? 5'11", so basically undateable. Yeah, anything under 6'2", it feels like nowadays is like, you know, too short. So, yeah, we're all in the same boat. It doesn't matter how much shorter you are. All that matters is you're shorter. Billy is taller than Griffin. Damn. Yeah, most people are. Most people are. Dude, all that's going to be left for me is either the Philippines or Thailand or the barrel of a gun. And honestly, the third option sounds better. And Bill Herb with the 10.
Awesome. Thanks,
I
nigga.
find it cool that Australia was first colonized a little over 200 years ago. And they're already this developed. Aboriginals were here for 60,000 years. Actually, they weren't, but... maybe they deserve to be Yeah, I agree. I agree. What happened after they were introduced into civilized society? They started huffing fucking gasoline. To the point where they had to make musical fucking warnings to teach them not to sniff petrol from a can. Because they're literal fucking retards that are, you know, borderline... Never mind. We won't get into all that, but... Subhuman. Anyway. Different species, basically. One human race, dude. The one human race, guys. We're all the same. Put aside your differences and let's just come together, man. We're all in this big fucked up world together, so we might as well make the best of it. Yeah, they found that skull recently in Australia that disappeared magically. that proved that the Aboriginals were not the originals on the island. Yeah, I mean, the only way you're ever going to get anything in life as a guy nowadays is if you are, like, super attractive. Otherwise, if you're a white straight male, life is hard. Deliberately so. Griffin, you should have left the house. I don't have a house. And gotten a Switch 2 pre-order in person. I got to go hang out with the fat, smelly tendies tomorrow to pick mine up. Oh, nice, dude. At least his underboobs will keep the chicken tendies warm. And add a little tangy zest to the flavor. You know, a slight vinegar... you know, note is detectable when you put it in your mouth. It doesn't matter, though. That's the thing, is as long as you're under the height, it doesn't matter how far under you are. So at that point, it's like negligible. The biggest thing is you just have to find a chick that's not taller than you. But if you're under the 6 whatever number, then you're just basically already a pariah at that point. It's already Jover, man. What's the goal height? I don't know. Like 6'4", probably. It's crazy out there nowadays. The height surgery? Yeah, no. I'm not making myself a cripple just on the off chance that, like, somebody I talk to actually cares about how tall I am. That's retarded as fuck. Dating blows? That's why I don't do it. See? 300 IQ plays. Yeah, didn't Asmongold date that, like, Asian e-girl chick that everybody thirsts over on Twitch? Griffin's height's actually 6'9". I ain't Baron Trump, bro. I am not Baron Trump. Penny from The Big Bang Theory saves my hope for a beautiful... What? Dog, a post-wall waitress that can't keep a man is your ideal of a wife? God damn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody is informed on the Big Bang Theory, bro. Unfortunately, it was like the most popular TV show for like 4 fucking years. And everybody fucking was watching it, posting clips, and talking about it. So, yeah, whether I wanted to or not, I stepped into many discussions about the fucking Big Bang Theory. Fluffle Nugget with the 5, I went out on a few dates recently. At first, she was into it. Then she texted me after those dates telling me she was not into it. Women, am I right? Yeah. What she was into was making sure that you picked up the bill. So, that could be the classic case of I'm looking for a free meal. Oh, sorry, it didn't work out.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Soon, Griffin will be a chaser. What do you mean? Like I'll be hunting down women? Like, get back here. I don't know. I doubt it. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Amy was the more ideal woman from The Big Bang Theory. I don't know who that is. I have no idea who Amy is. I just remember the post-wall blonde waitress chick. Big Bang Theory, the most rewatchable show ever? No. Absolutely not. Do I have a basement? I do not. Sorry to disappoint. You think Amy was Jewish? Uh-oh. Oy vey. Well, at least I'm circumcised. Yeah, I love Marvel quips and quirky humor and, you know, just super relatable commentary, dude. Griff, what if the wedding is a trap by your parents to try and get you laid? It'll never happen. I can't be tricked. Fool me once, I ain't gonna get tricked again. Yeah, and the thing is, you know, they're not making a ton of money from Marvel Rivals, is my guess. The Chinese are probably taking the lion's share of it. By a lot. People only like Marvel Rivals because every woman in that game has a fat ass. Well, it's not that they have a fat ass, it's that they have a shapely ass. They've got gym ass, which is preferable to fucking, you know, BBL ass. Alright, well, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick and then we'll watch videos and shit. So, just give me a minute. Give me a chance to wake up, too. So, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, do I have this? Yes. Man, I need to wake up. Jeez Louise, dude. Alright, let's see.
Greetings, everyone. I originally didn't plan to create a video relating to Carl Jobs. I felt the judgment spoke for itself. However, after Carl Jobs' response video and a few other statements by him, I feel compelled to speak. I also feel that this video provides a good opportunity to correct a few past claims by Carl Jobs. But first, Ricky's world famous sauce is running a sale. Get 10% off all sauces at rickysauce.com using the discount code CarlLost at the checkout. If you missed the recent special edition Dragon Sauce sale, stay tuned because bottles number 1, 22, 117, and 256 will appear on eBay soon. We call them the 4 kill screen bottles. Also, watch the new film from the creators of The King of Kong featuring me, Steve Wiebe, and Walter Day titled Arcades and Love Songs, The Ballad of Walter Day. That information is available at arcadesandlovesongs.com. Firstly, Mr. Jobs claimed that he couldn't disclose the subject of the lawsuit to his viewers is false. This is because the claim, which is the document that I filed in court to sue Mr. Jobs, in which I clearly set out why I was suing him, is a
it's public record.
Matter of public record. This means anyone in the world can go down to the court and ask for a copy, and the court has to supply that document to them. I essentially published that document to the world at large, and as such, I could not possibly claim that Mr. Jobs or anyone else had defamed me if, for example, they sent a copy to their fans, so they could understand the dispute and know what it was about. He also could have
done because it was all based on stuff that happened before.
This by acknowledging what he said was false and given a genuine apology. Australian law clearly states that an apology is not an admission of guilt. In a 2019 case, the Supreme Court of Queensland stated, at paragraph 17, the fact that the defendant wished to contest that their publication conveyed the defamatory meanings contended for by the Wagners was not a good reason to continue to refuse to issue a public correction, retraction, or apology. The law has long recognized that a defendant may formulate such a statement while not admitting that the meanings were in fact conveyed. Secondly, Mr. Jobs' defense that his GoFundMe campaign intended to crowdfund for a second potential lawsuit, but redirected the funds to the existing lawsuit after the second lawsuit never materialized is bullshit. I say this based upon 3 facts relating to Mr. Jobs' financial situation at the time of his GoFundMe campaign and the timing of his GoFundMe campaign. To start, I'll state these 3 facts and then place them into context for everybody. 1. Notch, the creator of Minecraft, funded the early and late stages of Mr. Jobs' legal defense, but he did not fund Mr. Jobs for a time in the middle of the case. Here's the clip of Mr. Jobs himself explaining how this happened.
But I had some good news recently. It hasn't fully come. I haven't gotten the money yet. But right at the beginning of the lawsuit, right, Notch, the creator of Minecraft, he said he made a tweet saying, "Hey, Carl, I'm going to pay your legal bills. I'll pay all your legal bills." And I'm like, hell yeah.
Notch, you know, Notch, you should be more based than this. The Looney Tunes already don't fucking like you. The Redditors don't either.
That's awesome. And then I messaged him, and I'm like, "Are you sure about that, man? You sure you want to pay my legal bills?" He's like, "Yep, I want to go through with it." So he got me in contact with his manager, and then she started paying my legal bills. And like 3 months in, the manager's like, "We want to stop supporting you."
For context, the lawsuit started in September 2021. 2. Mr. Jobs exhausted the money that Notch gave him in or about May of 2022. And he then offered to settle the case. Mr. Jobs said this himself on October 9th, 2024, in the comment sections of a YouTube video. I'll read the relevant parts. In May 2022, I made a settlement offer. Originally, when I made the offer, I had spent nothing because Notch was paying. As you can see here, this isn't me acting as if I know Mr. Jobs' legal bills. These are his words. 3. 6 months of silence passed between Mr. Jobs receiving the correspondence concerning a potential second lawsuit and then him opening his GoFundMe campaign. Now I'm going to place these 3 facts into the overall context. On May 10th, 2022, Mr. Jobs published a video about me that led my lawyers to send a concern notice to his lawyers. On May 22nd, 2022, Mr. Jobs and I were scheduled for mandatory mediation in the already existing lawsuit, one and only lawsuit. Before the mediation, my lawyers emailed his lawyers a copy of a legal complaint related to the concerns notice, and my lawyers said that I would proceed with the complaint unless the current lawsuit resolved at the mediation. The current lawsuit did not resolve, but I chose not to begin a second lawsuit, even though my lawyers felt that the second claim was meritorious. No further developments occurred after May 22nd relating to that concerns notice and the complaint emailed to Mr. Jobs' lawyer. The complaint was not filed. The complaint was not served. My lawyers did not email Mr. Jobs' lawyers after the mediation to request that he accepted service of a second lawsuit. It was complete silence. And as I showed earlier, at this time, May 22nd, 2022, the funds that Mr. Notch gave to Mr. Jobs ran dry. In July of 2022, Mr. Jobs submitted an application to the court of what effectively amounted as a Hail Mary attempt to dismiss the lawsuit. That didn't pan out for him. For the sake of brevity, I'll continue on, but I'll leave an explanation of that application in the description of the video. By the time Mr. Jobs had lost his financial backing from Notch, Notch's money was exhausted, he had failed to dismiss the case, he needed money, and he needed money now. But he knew his viewers may not open wallets if he was transparent about the true subject of the lawsuit. Here's what he does. On November 4th, 2022, he reaches back 6 months to May of 2022, pulls out an old legal correspondent that never received follow-up, and he creates a GoFundMe campaign on the premise that he urgently needs financial support for a potential second lawsuit. Carl, I do not accept the fact that you genuinely woke up 6 months after the last correspondence and also after your financial support ran out from Notch, and you suddenly felt a need to crowdfund for a potential second lawsuit. You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming, or at the very least, you were unsure if it ever was. You created a GoFundMe campaign with the knowledge and intent to fund the existing lawsuit on false premises. Period. End of paragraph. With that said, I feel it is important to address Mr. Jobs' principal argument against all this. His argument is that he opened the GoFundMe campaign because my lawyers told him that I provided instructions to commence a second lawsuit. His position is, if Billy lawyers said so, then why should I not believe them?
Yeah, and then the thing is with that is if he collected it for a potential second lawsuit and the second lawsuit never materialized, he should have returned all the money. Because he used the money that he got on a completely different thing than he was originally fundraising for. If it was money for a second lawsuit, he shouldn't have used the money on the first lawsuit. So, yeah, he kind of made a big little oopsie there, dude. Kind of lied and misled people. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Goal fulfilled. Thanks, dude. Oh, did I put it on? I thought I put it on 5. Oops. There we go.
Here's the clip of him saying that.
Then in 2022, Billy sent me a third concerns notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion. And he followed that up with another lawsuit, of which he sent to my lawyers and told them he was going to file it against me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns notice, saying he intended to sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a video completely unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000 in the first year alone. So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to defend myself.
Here's the problem. Mr. Jobs testified under oath at trial, quote, "I don't believe anything Billy Mitchell says," end of quote. So apparently the only time Mr. Jobs ever believes me is after 6 months pass without follow-up, and he stands to gain $200,000 from his audience. In my opinion, the irony of Mr. Jobs' behavior here is that this misleading and disingenuous behavior is the exact type of behavior that he attacks people for in his videos. And the harsh reality is he uses these tactics on most subject matters, not just this one.
It's exactly what he was accusing the completionist for. Is, collecting money and not using it for its intended purposes. It's literally what he did in the case of this lawsuit with the GoFundMe.
Based upon Mr. Jobs' I lost video, it appears that he plans to dispute the factual findings of the judgment. And based upon his Discord messages, it appears that he's planning a broader revenge campaign against not only me, but my family? My hot sauce company? Here's what I'll say of that with the information available to me today. It's very easy for a YouTuber to create a self-serving video with an unopposed narrative shaped by them. It is not easy to present those arguments in a court of law, where the other side can argue back and win. Remember, Mr. Jobs already received his opportunity to argue anything and everything that he claimed in his I Lost video, or may claim in a future video. Remember that despite all these allegations that he hurls with inflammatory languages, it is ultimately him who the court found to not be a credible witness. Let's review an example of this in his I Lost video. He says this.
I will say one thing, though, is the judge found Billy Mitchel to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this. At that moment in my deposition, I was discussing the allegations related to video games, not Apollo Legend. The questioner listed a series of individuals.
And the thing is, too, is just because something is minimal compared to something else, it doesn't mean that it's not important on its own. It just means that in the grand scheme of things, in that particular scope, that it was minimal in that instance. But it's still not completely insignificant altogether. You know, if somebody hits you with their car, shoots you in the kneecap, and then slices your arm off, yeah, maybe the person who hits you with their car, that's minimal compared to getting shot in the kneecap and having your arm sliced off, but it still fucking sucks. So, it's basically like that, man. I don't know. That's a shitty example, but I don't really have the brain power to think of anything right now. My ass is tired.
Individuals in lawsuits with me that all related to video games in one way or another, either in the complaint, in the defense, or as a broader background text. All while sitting in a deposition for a Twin Galaxies lawsuit. Then, when the questioner asked why, I said because this is where it all began. Because my answer related specifically to Twin Galaxies and video games. Mr. Jobs will likely respond by playing a segment of my deposition. I'll play it here and then discuss.
What about Carl Jobs? Why are you suing him?
Carl Jobs has nothing to do with video games. He's being sued because he's blaming the death of an individual, Apollo Legend, on me.
You're suing him for defamation for making that claim?
Has nothing to do with video games.
Uh-oh.
These two clips of my deposition were two entire...
He didn't even include the clip that was actually, you know, contextually important. Shocking. Carl omitting things that make him look bad.
Fairly different lines of questioning that occurred hours apart. In the first clip, my answer related to multiple individuals across lawsuits connected to video games in one way or another, including Mr. Jobs, but not only Mr. Jobs. In the second clip, my answers concern specifically Mr. Jobs and the amputations in my complaint against him. Context is everything. What does Mr. Jobs not do in his I Lost video? He doesn't present any opposing argument to his narrative. Despite hearing my explanation, my deposition testimony at the trial, and despite reading the judgment's reasoning for accepting my testimony on this issue, he just omits everything and presents his position as fact. This tactic of omitting inconvenient information to his desired narrative is common in Mr. Jobs' videos generally, not just the videos about me, all of his videos. Here's an example from his I Lost video.
To be clear, though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide, nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision other than Apollo.
That is a very clear statement from Carl there. He never believed that anyone was responsible for Apollo's decision except Apollo. Well, let me show you in an exchange that occurred between my barrister and Mr. Jobs while he was on the witness stand at trial. Here, Mr. Jobs is saying to the court, to the judge, that he did in fact believe that I was a factor in Apollo Legend's decisions. And before you ask, yes, Mr. Jobs said this while under oath. You can make up your own mind, but it appears to me that Carl either lied directly to his fans about this, or he lied to the court under oath. Third example. When I settled my lawsuit with Twin Galaxies in January 2024, Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs jointly circulated a claim that I remained banned from Twin Galaxies competition. That is a lie. Here is the relevant clause to the settlement agreement with Twin Galaxies. Twin Galaxies will work to include any future score submissions by Mitchell to Twin Galaxies leaderboard, with such submissions having to go through the normal Twin Galaxies adjudication process. So what Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs claimed was that even though Twin Galaxies said it would permit future score submissions from me, I remain banned from the Twin Galaxies competition. That just doesn't make any sense. As a result of these claims, I filed a motion to enforce settlement agreement on Twin Galaxies on May 30th, 2024. The court ruled in my favor. And the judge directly addressed this claim by Twin Galaxies as false. Here's what the judge said. I think it's a fair assumption that the intention was to at least allow for the possibility of the plaintiff to submit his scores. To me, this implies that he was not banned. In my opinion, the claim that I remained banned from Twin Galaxies competition was a coordinated effort by Mr. Jobs and Twin Galaxies to spread misinformation. These are just very, very dishonest people. But with that said, I will not be submitting any scores to Twin Galaxies because it has no authority. It has no purpose. At this point, Twin Galaxies is only relevant for its history. Today, Twin Galaxies
Yeah, this is pretty damning, man. You know, the absolute legend already looked like a fucking idiot coming out of this, but yeah, he's an absolute clown.
Has no physical place of business. It has no office. It has no in-person competition, no employees, no referees, no industry experts. In fact, Twin Galaxies today is one guy with no industry experience that runs a website from his apartment. He stands on nothing but the hard work and achievement of those who came before him and thinks money can buy him credibility. Next, Mr. Jobs and Twin Galaxies stated many times over the years that this photo shows a rule violation on one of my Donkey Kong World Records because the joystick was red. That's not true. The joystick was compliant with the rules. In 2007, there was no written rules for competitive Donkey Kong. However, the general rule for all games was to use the original machine with a manufacturer's hardware or hardware that constitutes a like-for-like exchange. A like-for-like exchange is a functional equivalent. For example, in this case, if a four-way joystick installed by the manufacturer broke, you may install and use a different four-way joystick. That is why the joystick was compliant with the rules. The reason for the rule was that arcade video game manufacturers stopped producing parts in the 1980s. No arcade machine on this earth at that time for any game had each and every part from the manufacturer. Nobody's scores would have been valid for that rule. Nobody's. In fact, even today, Donkey Kong World Records occur with non-original hardware inside the control panel based upon a like-for-like exchange rule, both the joystick and the buttons. Mr. Jobs also levies the claim that the joystick was an 8-way joystick, not a 4-way joystick. I don't think he understands how the arcade machine joysticks work. Any joystick may be any number of ways based upon how it is installed. It doesn't matter who the manufacturer of the joystick is. It doesn't matter what the manual says. It all depends on the restrictor plates inside of the arcade machine, which are not visible from the outside. In this instance, it was a 4-way joystick. On a separate note, if Mr. Jobs' joystick claim was true, then both him and Twin Galaxies would have walked into court, would have shown the photo, and won their case. Instead, neither Mr. Jobs nor Twin Galaxies ever attempted to use this photo at any point in the trial or even in preparation. Despite the claim from Mr. Jobs that this photo was some kind of a smoking gun, his decision not to use it speaks volumes. Even in his I Lost video, Carl makes a claim that I'm a proven cheater, and that I've seen commentary from around the internet for years now where people claim that there's no doubt. It's obvious. It's been proved. Well, I ask you to consider this. Twin Galaxies had the opportunity to prove in court that I cheated. It couldn't. Carl Jobs, who was told by a billionaire, Notch, that he'd pay for the best legal representation possible, did not even try to prove that I cheated. If it's obvious, that's certain, so easily provable, why does the claim suddenly fall apart as soon as it's taken out of the court of public opinion and into the actual court of law, where I have the right to reply and where real evidence is given by real people who swear under oath to tell the truth? And regardless, Twin Galaxies, what kind of defendant spends hundreds of thousands of dollars, even over $1 million according to his lawyer, litigating a case for 4 years to settle 3 months before trial? A defendant that expects to lose. Lastly, I recently learned that Mr. Jobs plans to engage in a revenge campaign on YouTube by creating videos about me, my family, and my hot sauce company. Imagine that, my family. It seems that the discount code Carl Lost deeply bothers him. On May 5th, 2025, at 3:02 a.m., Mr. Jobs wrote on Discord, "There are 2 videos that need to be made. One talking about the hot sauce company, one talking about how Billy needs to stand on things to make himself look taller in photos. Carl, I'm 6'6". I don't need to do anything to look taller. I've taken thousands of photos of different types with fans since 1982. Some very serious, some nothing but fun. Meanwhile, you're 5'7".
So is he gonna try and do the fucking thing where it's like, "Hello, legends, his hot sauce is a scam. Oh my god. It's pitiful. It's absolutely fucking pitiful.
Cope harder. Try not to stretch the truth. As for Mr. Jobs' plan to attack my hot sauce company, I don't know what he could possibly claim. I'm interested to know what could possibly lead Mr. Jobs to believe that he knows the financials or the operational framework of a private company. It reminds me of a time where he claimed to know the terms of a confidential settlement agreement back in 2021. Of course, that's why we're all here. That's all for today, but don't forget to buy Ricky's world famous sauce, 10% off at rickysauce.com using the discount code CarlLost at the checkout. Thank you for watching to the end.
Unfortunate for the absolute legend. Handled this thing with total class. Jobs just kept making video after video, while Billy just kept cool and waiting for the day in court. Seeing the demeanor between the two left little doubt in my mind who was going to be found in the right. Also, the sauce is pretty dang good. Ordered a bottle, ended up winning at my local fighting game tournament that weekend. I don't think it was a coincidence. No way, dude. But yeah, Carl is a fucking Redditor nerd who absolutely deserved to fucking lose. Alright, here's U Generation's dog fucker video, so don't blame me.
Autumn items is what we're going to be looking for. Images or videos of child engaging in conduct defined in Florida State Statute 827.071.
I don't understand. I can't have you read this screen.
It's February 15th, 2024, and a task force from the Lee County Sheriff's Office are executing a search warrant at a residence on Misty Morning Lane in Fort Myers, Florida. The team has descended on the property over a child sexual abuse investigation. Someone who lives there has downloaded abuse material online, and the download has been intercepted by law enforcement. When the team arrive at the large family home on Misty Morning Lane, they're met by 26-year-old Samantha Lee White. It's 7 a.m., so it's a huge surprise for her, and as you'll see shortly, she seems confused as to why they're even at her door. From the eventual charges that are brought forward, it seems as if Samantha's husband, 29-year-old John White, was in fact the suspect police were looking for. But for whatever reason, and thankfully so, Samantha confesses to something that takes the investigation on a whole completely different path.
David, we're coming.
The fuck?
Ruger, shut up.
Wait 1 second, you're walking too fast for me. I'm not here.
You get Tinkle Star in your mocap? Yeah. Can we put it back in your crib? He's just letting it out. Just.
Want to grab a blanket?
Hey. Hey, buddy.
What's
are you?
for me? I have shoes. Yes, I can
The
be out by the
dumpster?
door.
Okay. All right.
Buddy, so you look into the drink.
All right, so I'm going to read you this. We have a search warrant for the residence, okay? It's going to be under agency case number with the county 24-06919. For the address of 18130 Misty Morning Lane, Fort Myers, Florida, 339139. It's a single-family home. And again, the address is 18130 Misty Morning Lane, Fort Myers, Florida. Honorable Judge Elizabeth Adams of the 20th Judicial Circuit in and for the Lee County State of Florida received via electronic transmission pursuant to Section 933.07 Florida statute from Detective Diana Sinchi. And the following items is what we're going to be looking for. Images or videos of child engaging in sexual conduct defined in Florida State Statute 827.071.
I don't understand.
Well, hold on,
I can't have you read
I
this
know.
screen. Like, I didn't even take a shit this morning.
All right,
And I just woke up and I have no idea what's going on.
We'll talk to. I'm just reading you the search warrant. Do you understand? Do you want to?
I get an understanding.
Do you want me to keep reading, or do you want to look at it yourself?
Oh my god.
I'll look at it myself.
She's on something, bro.
Okay, just. Well, we're gonna be looking for electronics, basically. Are you okay? I know this is a pretty hard. I'm sorry, I made your mind.
And that's what I just don't want because I can't give it to his dad and I can't give it to anybody that I don't trust. And I just need a minute.
The judge was, well, I'll just read the final. You can look at it in a minute. The warrant was presented to the judge on the 14th, which was yesterday, who approved it, okay? I'll give it with everything else, okay? All right, questions? So basically, we're going to search. As soon as the house is, we're done.
This is why you never talk to the cops, bro. What the fuck?
We'll turn it back over. We're going to talk to you about this. Okay, you have any questions for us?
At some point, I need a water and use the restroom. Okay. Other than that.
Yeah, we can do that. All right.
And then at some point, I would also like to go in the little garden area just so I can set him down and he can play.
Okay. Perfect. So let me just coordinate with them and I'll be right back.
And when can I see my husband?
In a minute. Okay. We'll talk to you guys. Okay. And just for the record, this warrant was served at 7:47 a.m., okay? All right. All right, I'll be right back. And you'll get a copy of this. You want it now?
Yeah, apparently her husband downloaded CP or something, and the cops, like, intercepted the download. I don't fucking know.
I'll let you come back. I'll be back. Alright, it's ready, sir. She started crying, so she didn't want me to finish it. I'm like, we're looking for electronics.
You told her she's going to have a copy of it?
Yeah, so this is going to be a copy, and I told her that the judge who authored the search when I showed her the day and time.
Okay. The only other thing we're going to try is we want to have her come in and get the dog. There's one little section we couldn't clear.
Okay.
So if we can have her either leave little guy or... She can keep the litter, that's fine. I just want to put him on a leash or... Let's just find... I'll go with you. Let's just see if we can find a spot while we reset.
Yeah, too late. I don't know how many times I have stepped on everything.
The dog was mentioned.
Ma'am, is there anywhere we can put the dogs besides that space while we're here? Or, like, are they allowed outside?
I can get them out over here, and then they'll be trapped in there, and nobody
Will
else
that be okay with you?
Yes.
It'll just help us
I just prefer me
No,
to do it. I just don't know how they would react to
okay.
somebody else.
Are you able to help do that right now?
Okay. I sure am. When we go in, is there a way I can just get a sip of water before we do that?
For sure.
So as you can see, the news hit Samantha like a ton of bricks. But remember, I did say not too long ago that the abuse material charges were eventually tied to her husband, John. So how did she get caught up in this case? Well, that's because of what she went on to tell detectives while they were searching through the property. At some point during the search, Samantha pulled lead detectives Cinchi and Barcelli to one side and stated she had to tell them something. And what was that, ladies and gentlemen? It was information on how she was fascinated by male horse genitalia, had watched multiple videos of horses doing the business, and female humans interacting with horses in the same way. Not only that, but also she had looked online for other animal sexual related videos to see what piqued her interest. Dogs were noted as an animal she was infatuated with. In response to the information the detectives had just acquired, they asked if she ever made any videos with any animals or any of her 4 dogs that she owned. And it was at that point she told them before she continued she wanted Detective Barcelli removed because he was male. She didn't feel comfortable. They accepted the request, he left, and it was then she confessed to having sexual intercourse with her brown Labrador, with the last occurrence being roughly 1 month before the search in January of 2020.
Bruh, why would you admit that?
Speaking of the first encounter, Samantha explained that her husband John was present. But during the incident, the dog became territorial and aggressive, so John left. Moving forward, it was reported that he would watch the pair from behind a door. Look, in a nutshell, Samantha explained that her curiosity got the better of her, and she didn't actually have a sexual attraction to animals. But Detective Cinchi wasn't buying it. After all, this wasn't a one-off, it happened multiple times. When pressed further, Samantha explained that when she drank, she wanted to have sex, but John was often tired, so she done it with the dog instead because he was giving her the attention that she craved. Shortly after the statement was given, John decided to present himself to law enforcement. He had been hiding in the house. By that point, police had found a mobile phone that had been disposed in a toilet bowl. They knew it was his, so asked him if he had intentionally put it in there in an attempt to destroy evidence. He ultimately denied knowing how it got in there. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Detectives told him a bit of water damage wasn't going to stop them from gaining access to the information that was stored on the phone, so it was for the best that he tell them if there was anything on there. That and the fact that Samantha had told them about her relations with the dog, John had no other choice but to confess to his role in that part of the case. He essentially said the same thing as Samantha, but did tell detectives that the intercourse went as far back as 2022.
Yeah, it's always the two, man. Furry bestiality shit and pedophilia. You know, it's like two sides of the same coin. Furry, zoophile, bestiality shit paired up with CP. You know, it's never just one. It's always both.
3. The pair would be arrested in connection with this part of the investigation, and they were taken into custody for further questioning. But information surrounding that questioning, just like the child material part of the case, hasn't been made public just yet. That's more than likely because John hasn't pled guilty or gone on trial for his charges, which include several offences such as filming a person and an animal engaged in sexual activity, 2 counts of sexual activity involving an animal, and 6 counts of possession of child sexual abuse material. I suspect most of the information will be suppressed until that part of the case has been wrapped up. Samantha was eventually charged with various counts of engaging in sexual activity with an animal. Earlier this month, in April of 2025, for those of you watching in the future, she pleaded guilty to those charges and was sentenced to 3 years in prison, followed by 3 years of probation. Her animals have been removed from her care. Of course, she's now in jail, and she's been ordered not to own any animals.
Yeah, the animals were put down.
Or live with any animals while on...
See, the thing is like, you know, the good book tells us what to do with people and animals like this, you know. You put her to death, you put him to death, and you have to kill the animals. So, that's the only way to proceed.
Probation. It isn't clear if she has a lifetime ban though. For those of you wondering what happened to their child, we don't exactly know. However, what I will say is that when parents are involved in criminal cases, especially these types of ones, agencies such as the Florida Department of Children and Families get involved and assess the situation. That doesn't mean the baby will go into care. They could be with a grandparent or an aunt, for example, but they may be in care. Again, it isn't clear what's happened, but thankfully the baby isn't in their custody anymore, and thankfully the child wasn't subjected to any abuse. But who knows, ladies and gentlemen, hadn't the police searched the property that day, maybe something horrific may have occurred to the child.
Yeah, I don't understand how... That shit's just nasty, bro. Just absolutely nasty. That's why you never trust women who leave their nuts, like the nuts on their dogs. There's only one reason you do that, and it's that reason. But yeah, I think that's the right, you know, go back to tradition. He who lays with an animal or beast shall surely be put to death, and the animal shall be killed too. It's the only way to do it. I mean, they kill the animals, but not the people. But maybe they should kill both, you know? Take them both out to the swamp. But yeah, those dogs will be fucking killed easily. Why kill the... Are you really asking why they kill animals that have been trained to fuck people? Come on, bro. Are you seriously asking why they would kill a dog that has been trained to engage in sex with human women? If that is a genuine question, I have questions. Nasty. The Diddy drawing? Oh, yeah. Dude, courtroom artists always do such a shitty job. I don't understand how they have a job. Click on the dead guy? I don't really care. I don't think he's dead. It's just going to be another AI slop video. See, I don't care about Resident Evil. So we'll start off with this one and then get into the shit.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here. And today we're talking about PlayStation because Sony has just revealed the new State of Play. Now, this is probably going to be a very big one. Apparently, they've confirmed it's going to be 40 minutes long. But before anything else, let's just be aware that when it comes to PlayStation reveals, typically there is a hierarchy. PlayStation showcases are historically when Sony would do like a...
Has PlayStation even done a showcase in like the past 3 years? I feel like they haven't. I don't think they do showcases anymore, just generally speaking.
2-hour-long presentation. Lots of the stuff where they do a reveal of a game you're probably not going to be playing for years and years and years. Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghost of Tsushima, or when they did stuff like the reveal that God of War was coming back, right? I am excited about the fact that they just confirmed this is going to be a state of play, which typically is smaller presentations, but usually games that you're going to be playing soon. A lot of times state of play trailers end with a pre-order now, but let's take a look at the official reveal, the official reaction, because the internet is already very much laser focused on this. I hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. I will admit, I just woke up here about 25 seconds ago, so if I'm still a tiny bit out of it or misspeak, I appreciate it. So yeah, give me a like. So here it is. State of Play reveals return tomorrow, June 4th. Watch live at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on YouTube and Twitch for news updates about great games. Now, they announced the fact that it is going to be a 40-minute long show. So,
oh my
before
God.
anything else, of course, everybody is talking about Resident Evil 9. I am obsessed with Resident Evil. My two favorite series in the whole universe are Resident Evil and Final Fantasy. In fact, we did a whole video yesterday.
Wait. I thought his favorite game was, oh, fuck, what was it? Recently, he just said that his new favorite game of all time was... shit. What was it? I know he said Elden Ring was like his top 3, but there was like some other game or franchise or something he mentioned that was like his super favorite, dude. I don't remember.
Yesterday about the rumors of Resident Evil 9. Now, the reason everybody is so confident about RE9, in fact, you see tons and tons of memes about the RE9 summoning circle, is because historically, for literally the last 10 years, maybe a little bit longer, the last 12 years, every single Resident Evil has been revealed at a PlayStation State of Play. RE7, Resident Evil 2 Remake, everything literally has been revealed at PlayStation showcases. So there is a 99% chance that tomorrow we're actually going to see the new Resident Evil, which is rumored to be called Apocalypse or something like that. But Resident Evil 9, that to me would be an epic closeout, especially if they announce that it's coming soon. Now, it's funny seeing all the comments. No remasters, okay? It's a great week for video games. Saros gameplay incoming. This is the new game by Housemarque, the people that did Returnal. Very, very curious about that. 40-minute show. Hope we see Wolverine. Something I did notice in a lot of the comments is that it does feel like a lot of Sony fans have been curious to see more first party. I feel like PlayStations are selling like crazy. Obviously, the PlayStation is a juggernaut. It's selling millions and millions and millions of PS5s. But I think a lot of people are kind of saying, okay, but in the PlayStation 4 generation, the biggest reveals, the craziest graphics, the actual hardware and technology pushers, those were all made by PlayStation for PlayStation. Whereas with the PS5, it really is kind of weird to consider the fact that all the best PS5 games, they're not made by PlayStation. All the best stuff that people are actually talking about are third-party games. People have been curious to say, hey, come out and show me that big, crazy, only PlayStation experience. Show me that first party that used to be so vibrant. With a 40-minute showcase, I do think there is a chance. There have been rumors about Cory Balrog, the guy who directed God of War 2018. Apparently, he's working on a new mysterious project. Personally, I really, really, really want to see Wolverine, mostly because we've only seen that tease. Ever since the big hack and leak happened, Insomniac, the people making Wolverine, they got hacked. Hackers posted a ton of gameplay and stuff. It's all super early and stuff like that. Ever since then, it feels like Sony's been afraid to talk about Wolverine. I would love to actually see it. Clearly, the game is very, very deep in development. Now, I do find it funny that when it comes to this, yesterday, people were posting these cryptic clues. PlayStation is teasing a state of play. I did not believe it. A lot of these people were saying, shout out to all the people who thought I was crazy for thinking we were getting a hint. I'll be honest, I did not believe it, and yet here we are, 40 minutes long. Oh my God. They don't want us going through with buying our Nintendo Switch 2s. This is something I have seen some people about 80% joking, 20% serious about, which is that it does seem like Sony is very dead set with trying to kneecap the PlayStation 5 versus the Switch 2 conversation, in that just this week, they kicked off a big, deep discount. Right now, you can buy a PlayStation 5 for, I think it's like $130 cheaper in the United States. It's like a Call of Duty bundle that's $360. It's gotten a deep discount right now. And the thing is that the people are thinking that they're doing that to sort of be like, okay, you can now buy a PlayStation 5 for the same price, or sorry, for cheap.
No, you can, yeah, I was about to say.
Cheaper than a Nintendo Switch 2. I do think that PlayStation is sort of trying to steal.
But what's crazy to me is you can get an all-digital PS5 with Call of Duty for cheaper than the 1 terabyte Series S. That shit's crazy to me. Genuinely fucking crazy. I don't know, bro. I really don't give a shit about, the Switch price. It's a brand new console. But, dude, the fact that the Series S is more expensive than a fucking PlayStation 5 is just batshit insane, if you ask me. And on top of that, you're getting a $70 game for free with the PS5 when you buy it. Like, Jesus.
Feel some hype. PlayStation is sort of trying to get some attention away from people that maybe they have $400 and it's like, all right, do I want to save up and buy a Nintendo Switch 2 which has $80 games, or do I want to buy a PlayStation 5 that has $70 games? And they watch this showcase and go, oh yeah, I still want to get a PlayStation. Obviously, that's a bit of a tinfoil hat theory, but I do like the idea that PlayStation is very much trying to stay the default console. I've said this in multiple videos, but there is something very strange about this generation where Sony's admitted that they are making more money than they've ever made. I mean, just this last quarter, they made something crazy, like $13 billion in profit. It's insane. But it comes from the fact that I do think that we're in a spot where now people, if you're going to buy a game console to play with the bros, kick back, do some RPGs after work, it seems like 99% of people are choosing a PlayStation 5. But it seems weird in the fact that PlayStation isn't making the games that are grabbing the headlines. People aren't talking about the new Uncharted in the way that they used to and stuff like that, right? I do think PlayStation is sort of afraid of being essentially taken out of that spot. What if the Nintendo Switch 2 does become as popular as the Nintendo Switch 1? What if PC gaming gets suddenly much, much cheaper due to some new microchip technology or something like that? If suddenly PC gaming is way cheaper than console gaming, will everybody jump to that? I think Sony is in a spot where they're trying to basically find if they can just stay the default as long as possible so they keep making money for zero work. I hope this PlayStation showcase announces something crazy. I hope they announce a lot of good games like Uncharted 5, but also I'll admit that I hope they announce a permanent price drop. There have been a couple things, Summer Games Fest style things in the past, E3s of the past, where they announced a permanent price cut. I think the most alpha gamer move they could possibly do is show a bunch of cool games and end it with, hey, the new price of the PlayStation 5 is $350. I know, it's not going to happen, but that's my dream wish. Okay, I'm going to go drink a big old monster. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
Alright, here we go. That was a big fat nothing.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and today I want to talk about the failure of the...
Is this Starfield in the background? Oh my god.
Nintendo Switch 2, or I guess I should say the lack of hype, because I've been covering gaming hardware for over a decade. You can watch old videos on my channel.
I hope that's not Starfield.
Going back literally 10 years ago, reviewing like 3DSs and stuff like that. I mean, I have been covering lots of different eras, PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo, and it's very strange that right now, we are 72 hours from the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, and I feel like you wouldn't know it. There's no big countdowns, there's no big hype, there's no big parties, there's no hyper-analyzing trailers. It just feels like a lot of people, even Nintendo fans, seem to be kind of saying, meh. Now, does that come down to the fact that there's not a lot of launch games? It's just Mario Kart and Cyberpunk, basically, that look halfway decent? Is it the fact that people are just bored of the Nintendo Switch? Because it is a strange thing that right now, the Nintendo Switch 1 is one of the most popular systems of all time. Over 150 million sold. Billions and billions just generated in raw profit, even from the hardware itself. But with the Switch 2, it doesn't have those games. It doesn't have that love. It's got $80 exclusives for Mario Kart. It's got $100 controllers. It's got a $500 console. We have truly entered a different era of Nintendo. And it does feel like people are saying, I'm not sure I want to invest into this new vibe of Nintendo, which seems to be pay before you even enjoy the play. Let me explain what I'm talking about. And I want to take a look at a bunch of hot takes because it feels like even Nintendo people are kind of saying, is this going to work? Let me talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I have to admit that part of the motivation for this video is that I saw a lot of crazy stuff, like even mainstream journalists and stuff kind of paying attention to that there really just isn't that much buzz. There's not that much excitement for the future of Nintendo. I even saw stuff like this. Did You Know Gaming is a kind of a trivia channel. They've gone back years and years and years. And I found it fascinating that yesterday they put up a video that for the first time ever in the channel's history is hypercritical of Nintendo, which...
Oh my god. Oh, dude, it's a perfect indicator.
Just the fact that...
A Did You Know Gaming channel. makes a trend-hopping fucking gaming-related video, and it's a sign of the times, man.
Nintendo is now going for extra expensive products.
Yeah,
trying to
I
basically...
know. It's sold out everywhere. You literally can't get one. They're reselling for over $700 on eBay. You know, it's just a complete disaster, bro. No one cares about this thing at all, obviously.
See how expensive they can make stuff and people will still buy it. And that's very antithetical to classic Nintendo. People forget the fact that, like, they've always tried to make stuff as cheap as possible. $200
Wrong.
Even at launch consoles at times, or $99 Game Boy Advances. Like, you guys truly...
Yeah, a $99 Game Boy Advance that is significantly less powerful compared to even hardware of, you know, back in the day. So, yeah, no. It's just... This is revisionist ass history. But whatever. Doesn't matter.
Cannot imagine how accessible to a broke kid growing up, how Nintendo was a lot of ways the place to play, because it was where you got good games, good exclusives, cool RPGs like Pokemon and stuff, and before all that, it was affordable. They're giving up affordability, and I feel like the higher price does not match the power output. Now, I do think part of it just does come down to the fact that a lot of the advertising for it, like today, they just announced this like 30 minutes ago. Hey, here's a 60 FPS patch for...
They just announced this? Bro, they've had this announced since they announced the Switch 2. They literally had this. Like, as an announcement. Like, from the very minute that they announced the Switch 2, that this was getting a port. Or, I guess, free upgrade.
For Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Oh, yeah, those games that launched totally broken. Well, they still look very, very empty. But look, now it's less broken. Can you really say that this is exciting? Can you really say, yeah, man, that's totally worth $500 to play that game from years ago, but it's less busted? This, to me, is just, it's not only not exciting, it almost shows how little they have to show off. In fact, a lot of the replies are about, hey, look, man, you got to buy that game. Here's that FPS and less bugs. Everybody basically is in the reply like, okay, so they're fixing a broken game that shouldn't have been broken in the first place. Everybody is like, man, I just don't care about this. I'm not buying a Switch 2 to play last-gen Pokemon at a more stable frame rate. That's just not exciting. Now, part of my motivation for this video was that I was critical of the original Nintendo Switch at launch. And a lot of it just came down to the fact that after the complete dumpster fire of the Wii U, I was a bit afraid that the Nintendo Switch really was underpowered. It just didn't seem to make sense to me as a product. But as it existed, as it got more games, as it got more ports, as it got stuff like classic Final Fantasies and all sorts of really cool stuff, I was really impressed by the passion that grew for the original Nintendo Switch. Like, when I see fan art like this to me, this is Nintendo. It's not just the games, it's this passion. This is something that feels very unique to Nintendo fans that I've always very much admired. I mean, look at this. The fact that it's got Xenoblade, you can see Mario right here, you got Samus. Oh my god, Breath of the Wild, you can see some Pokemon in here.
But no one cares about it, dude. Literally no one cares about it. Genuinely no one cares. If no one cares, you wouldn't get a single fucking view on these videos. It's just so retarded, man.
This art is not just fantastic, it's absolutely super impressive. It evokes a sense of nostalgia and love for the current tense. This is going to be the kind of stuff that people are going to look back on as the good old days. But when I think of the Nintendo Switch 2, I just feel like I don't feel that same zest. It does feel like, hey, what if we took this, but instead scaled down the fun, scaled down the prices, scaled down everything. Well, I guess scaled down everything except the prices, because they're definitely trying to make it as expensive as possible. I do think that some of the negative hype has just been about how pricey it is. And the fact that there have just been so many bad headlines. Nintendo has admitted the fact that they can break your Switch 2 if you do anything at all suspicious, if you try to game share and appear offline. They can just remote deactivate permanently your Nintendo Switch 2. They can just brick it. Your Nintendo Switch 2 requires constant online updates. Stuff like that, not a big thing. Also, the fact that they keep canceling pre-orders, so even the few people that are trying to buy it, yeah, good luck. There's a good chance you're not going to get it. I'm in a spot now where I think that Nintendo Switch has tried too hard to be a company, and it's ended up blowing up in their faces. I think that the best eras of PlayStation, like the PS4 era, the PlayStation 3 era, and the best era of Nintendo is when they came out and just felt like dudes. It did feel like when they came out and we saw someone wearing a Crash Bandicoot shirt doing the Crash is Back. Whenever they would talk about the PlayStation Vita, whenever PlayStation would come out and talk about a deal with Hideo Kojima to make Death Stranding, It felt like your bros making cool art. When Nintendo
That has never been Nintendo.
came out and talked about a new Donkey Kong, when Nintendo came out and talked about these big ambitious projects, stuff like Mario Odyssey, which...
So does he want a company or does he want a friend? Like, this is just fucking retarded, bro. Nintendo has never done this type of shit. Like, yeah, they have gimmicky stuff from time to time, but Nintendo has always been Japanese corporate culture type shit, you know? It's just so fucking dumb, man. Like, he wants them to come and, like, I guess tuck him in at night, you know, whisper sweet little nothings into his ear, and be there when even his parents couldn't be. It's just fucking weird. I don't know.
Immediately was mind-blowing. It felt like they understood the magic of games. And now that the magic has faded and these are just corporations, it does feel like the silence of PlayStation is...
They always were just corporations. Holy fuck, man. They always were just corporations. What the fuck is he talking about? It just feels like they're corporate. They always were, dude. They always fucking were. Congratulations. You did what maybe, you know, you should have done sooner, but I guess you finally came around. You grew up. You can see through the veneer. These companies have only wanted one thing, and that is as much money from you as humanly possible. The end.
It's boring. It ends up hurting them because there's just nothing to be hyped about. And it seems like Nintendo has followed that trend. Of all things, they've followed that trend. I found this random tweet here, and I decided to verify it. It is real. For the United States, for the past 90 days, people are Googling PlayStation 5 like 10 times more than they're Googling the Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh my god. Look how... 10 times more? Dog, that is not a fucking factor. Oh my god. That is not a factor of 10. Gee, guys, I wonder why people might be looking up PlayStation 5 related things more than Nintendo Switch related things more. 5 years into the PS5's life cycle. I don't know. Why might someone do that?
This is kind of insane. And you can see the window here. This is going from March 1st to July. So this is...
So, look, it's upticking the closer we get to launch. Crazy.
Current data, or sorry, to June. This is current data. We're coming up on the launch, and we have a bump this tiny that it's still twice as low as just random averages.
Why would people be looking up the Nintendo Switch 2? Like, this is just so stupid. This is when people were looking it up because they wanted to buy it. This was the announcement date, and this was the pre-order date. Now we're waiting for the thing to come out. Why would people be looking up the Nintendo Switch 2 on Google if you can't even buy it? You can't even buy this thing. It's completely sold out. So what's going to happen is over time, as we can already see, the closer and closer we get to launch, the more people will start looking into it, especially once people start getting their hands on it, once people start seeing the games and everything like that. Shocking. Dude, Google Analytics and Trends is really stupid because what this doesn't do is it doesn't take into account the number of people who just type in Switch 2. It doesn't take into account the people who just type in Nintendo. So these are two specific search terms. PlayStation 5 is significantly shorter than Nintendo Switch 2. So by default, more people are willing to type this out versus, you know, Switch 2. I guarantee you that Switch 2 has a higher search volume than Nintendo Switch 2. That's, yeah, like PS5 probably has way more searches than PlayStation 5. This is not a good indicator. So, I don't know, man.
Just as the PS5, that does to me, I think this tweet is correct, it does evoke the fact that there's just no interest in the Switch 2.
Oh my god, there's no interest. Dude, this has 1 like. One fucking like. Do you know how hard he had to look to find this to, like, prove his point? That's actually kind of wild, man.
Maybe that's just the fact that it's not anywhere to see. It doesn't really soak into that casual gamer ethos.
It's not anywhere to see? It's not released yet, you fucking idiot. They're not going to put out game cases on the shelf that they can't sell. Oh my god. Holy why would GameStop waste shelf space on a console that, one, is not in stock, and two, you can't even sell the games for yet? How many games are on the shelf at GameStop before the release date? None. Absolutely fucking none. This is the most retarded tweet ever. Oh, look, guys, one GameStop doesn't have a Switch 2 poster up. It's over. Like, what type of retarded-ass logic is this?
Like, 5 days from launch, this is a tweet by Woodhawker. He's one of the biggest, in my opinion, one of the best Nintendo Switch YouTubers. Obviously, I'm biased. He's a buddy of mine. Love you, Wood. But he points out the fact that...
I bet he does love his Wood.
At his local GameStop, there is literally no marketing for the Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay. Why are they going to market something they actively cannot sell? The console is completely sold out. Why would... This is what's... They don't understand because they don't work retail. Which I think Dreamcast guy did work retail at one point. Which just shows you how stupid he is. Do you know how annoying it would be if you have a big-ass sign up that says, Nintendo Switch 2 sold here, and every single person who walks in goes, do y'all have the Switch 2? No, we don't have it. We're sold out. Yeah, but you got the sign up there. You got any consoles in the back? No, we don't. We're sold out. Well, can you go check? No, we're sold out. Well, why do you have the sign up if you're not selling them? Like, you already know that interaction's going to happen like 100 times a day. Especially at first, when the Switch 2 has resale value. So why are you going to advertise a product that there's no stock of? It's just idiotic. Like, I'm pretty sure Nintendo's even sending out signs to people to say that the console is sold out. Which is kind of interesting. They were sending out signs to the various retailers that said, like, sold out or not in stock or coming soon. I forgot what it said, but they were sending them out to retailers so they could avoid questions like that. So, yeah. Why would GameStop remove a bunch of shit from their wall to put absolutely nothing out? Makes no sense. I worked retail before. They asked us when we were off work, when we were getting PS5s. We had to tell people every 10 minutes that we had no PS. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes no sense. Why would you, as like a retailer, put a big-ass sign up or, you know, dedicate an entire space of your store to something you can't even sell? Doesn't make a bit of sense. It'd be like if I had an iPhone section in my technology store, but I never stocked them. It's like, okay, well, why do I have the section? Why do I have a section dedicated to something I literally cannot sell? So once the stock becomes more, you know, readily available, I guarantee you they'll have a Switch section for the Switch 2 and the normal Switch.
I also saw this video where someone showed this is a Target, literally filmed today, and they showed the fact that literally, where's the Nintendo Switch 2 signage? Where's the...
They don't have them in stock, you fucking idiot. Where's the Nintendo Switch 2 signage? They're not in stock. They're not going to put signs out for something they cannot sell. They're sold out everywhere.
Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders. Where's the Nintendo Switch 2 games? Where's the
Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders? They're sold out, you fucking tard. Where are the Nintendo Switch 2 games? You're looking at them right here. None of the other games have been released yet. They come out on the 5th. You cannot put the games in the case until the release day because people will keep trying to buy them. And then they will pull them out, take them up to the register, and the system will say, cannot be purchased. Cannot be purchased. Street date, 6/5/2025. 6/5/2025. 6/5/2025. So what? They're going to put out a bunch of products that their employees are going to get asked about constantly that they can't sell to customers. And even if they waste time taking it out of the case, taking it up to the register, they scan the game, it won't even let them check out. This is what we're complaining about now, guys. This is what we're complaining about. You're not allowed to waste retail employees' time. How fucking dare Nintendo, man.
Nintendo Switch 2 controllers. It seems like nobody cares at all for the Nintendo Switch 2.
Hold on. You know what? We're gonna do it to him, man. We're gonna do it to him, man. Where is it? Oh, shit. Nintendo Switch 2 Store Japan. I saw this picture the other day. Nobody cares, bro. Literally, nobody cares, right? Nobody. Absolutely no one. That's why the Japanese had over 3 million registrations for pre-orders. Not a single fucking soul. Like, I just... What alternate reality are we living in? I mean, it's perfect. He can look at the image in his face of like, huh? Yeah, literally nobody wants one. That's why they sold out. That's why Dreamcast guy wants one day one and was begging people to give him their pre-orders. Because obviously nobody wants it, dude. Nobody went to the sold out Nintendo Switch 2 experience to get hands-on with the console. I mean, that never happened, obviously. Oh, look, another store that's getting ready. Look, wow, another retailer with a bunch of game cases in preparation. Wow, dude. It's just insanity.
Not even these retailers. There was this article that came out last night that I kind of...
This is why you should never make YouTube your job unless you're making big bucks, because this shit is desperate.
I want to talk about. Nintendo ended up releasing a statement saying this is false, but I do still find it interesting. Mokazuki has posted a bunch of different articles across the last couple years about essentially the business of Nintendo, what they're doing, why they're doing it. And he said that Nintendo is jacking up the price of the Nintendo Switch so they can make more upfront cash. They want you to pay as much as you can possibly get squeezed out of you so they make more profit. And they want to pass this on to the retailers. Retailers typically earn about 3% of the money for each console sold. They're trying to bump that up to 5%. Now, Nintendo has claimed this is a lie, but to me, this almost evokes the fact that I do think that Nintendo is afraid of the Switch 2 not selling at all. The Nintendo Switch sitting...
So they're worried about the Nintendo Switch 2 not selling at all. So they're giving retailers a bigger cut of the profit. That is quite literally the complete opposite of what you would do if you're worried about something not selling. You would preserve as much profitability as possible, like which is what Xbox is doing with their hardware in order to, you know, accommodate for the fact that you're not making as much money because you're not moving as many units. If you're moving more volume, you can take less profit. If you're moving less volume, you have to make more profit on each unit. This is very basic fucking economics here. But no, the thing that they're doing is they're trying to encourage retailers to actively sell the console. By giving them a larger cut, it incentivizes them to push it, which is good for business. This is just idiotic, man.
Sitting on store shelves. They want these people to push it. They want the retailers to advertise it, to give it good store space, to put it at the front, to make sure it's advertised. And I almost see this as a very, very bad sign. I think that Nintendo...
Oh my god. Yeah, a company is trying to sell their product. It's horrid. If Nintendo had no faith in this thing, they wouldn't be doing that.
Nintendo Switch 2 is oddly going to sit in the shadow of the Nintendo Switch 1 for at least a year or two minimum. Very, very...
You mean like every new console launch?
Very minimum. It's weird that the Nintendo Switch has been so successful at converting people that are non-gamers into gamers and then into hardcore gamers, but I do think a lot of those people went on to buy PCs, to buy PlayStation 5s, to move...
Oh yes, dude. The Nintendo Switch to PC pipeline, I'm sure, is just absolutely massive.
On to other systems. And now, if they're looking at the power of their PlayStation 5 or playing on their Steam Deck, and you go, hey, time to buy a new $500 Nintendo...
Then why do Nintendo games keep selling? That is the easiest counterpoint to that claim. If people got their Nintendo Switch and moved on to PC and PlayStation 5, why do Nintendo games keep selling? If everybody's already moved on to greener pastures, why are people still buying games on their old-ass Nintendo Switch? Nope. Stupidity. Absolute stupidity, man.
The Switch, which has a worse battery life, which has mostly digital games, which has the most expensive games on the market, the most expensive controllers, a lot of people are just saying, no thanks, I'm good, which is not good for Nintendo. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the Nintendo Switch 2 launch, and does this seem correct, or are you more thinking...
Apparently, according to Dreamcast Guy, there's at least 100 million Steam Decks out there. I know. Wait till they learn it's not even 4 million. It's just like... The Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders have already outsold the entire lifetime sales of the Steam Deck. The Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders have already sold half the lifetime sales of the Wii U. But dude, it's the next Wii U, guys. Be careful. Nobody wants it. Literally no one. There was 3 million people who registered for Nintendo pre-orders in Japan. But there's not a single soul on planet Earth who cares about this fucking thing. And the Japanese are known for not pre-ordering. The Japanese almost never pre-order new hardware. They're usually late adopters or they're very cautious. So, yeah. 3 million sales basically guaranteed in Japan. Already. There's probably at least 3 to 6 million people in the US that tried to pre-order. Minimum. Then you add in Europe, you add in Canada, you add in Mexico, you add in China, all the other places on planet Earth that could be interested in the Nintendo Switch 2. And I guarantee you this thing is going to do perfectly fine. Is it going to sell as well as the Switch 1? Probably not. Because the Switch 1 came out at a perfect time. It came out 3 years before COVID. It was going the strongest that it was right as COVID hit. They had an amazing release cadence of games. And it rode the COVID wave perfectly. Because a bunch of women and non-gamers were looking for shit to do, so they went and bought a Nintendo Switch. So, yeah. Just like everything else in the industry at that time, it was the perfect storm for success. So, yeah, I don't think the Switch 2 is going to sell as well as the Switch 1. I think it'll sell decent. I think it'll definitely probably sell like 80 million units, at least. But I don't know if it's going to do 160 million like the, Switch 1's going to do. So, that's the difference. Which, 80 million units is not fucking bad at all. Especially when Nintendo's making money on every single unit and they have the highest attach rate in the industry. So, they're going to be making absolute bank, regardless.
That Nintendo will be fine. This is a being overly skeptical of a business plan that historically has worked out? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh, man, this art is so good. I'll be honest, I have looked at this art like 10 times, and it still just blows my mind.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know.
Video number 348 of why Nintendo Switch 2 flops, failed, lack of hype. June 5th or 6th, the Nintendo Switch 2 is awesome. And here's why. Yeah, exactly. You're going to buy it and make a video saying you were wrong about the Switch 2. Honestly, Dreamcast guy, you're a hypocrite. If there was no hype, you wouldn't be milking it for all it's worth. You're trying too hard at this point. Lol, let it go, dude. That thing is going to be sold out everywhere, and we all know it. This guy, Switch 1 will suck. Switch 1 greatest of all time. Switch 2, let this guy talk. Yeah, exactly. 1 week later, your video will be, I was wrong about the Switch 2. If no one cared, it wouldn't be sold out everywhere. And yet, you will buy one and have it day one. I'm a 90s kid, grew up buying physically games. And in 2040, I'll still be looking to buy physically games. Digital okay. Well, good for you, bro. Have you ever thought that retailers haven't put up signs because they were instructed not to until Nintendo gives the green light, or until they actually get stock? This guy's lost touch with reality. Nintendo could shit in a box and it would sell out. Yeah, they literally sold cardboard. Remember, Nintendo is advocating for $80 as the new baseline. No, they're not. They said it's variable pricing. Man, all your coverage of Switch 2 could not be more wrong. It's literally sold out everywhere. These negative videos are getting boring now. His name should be Negativity Guy, not Dreamcast Guy. Sold out everywhere in less than an hour on pre-order date. Yeah, definitely going to flop. Didn't even have enough units in Japan. Yeah, totally going to flop. The hype is real. There is a lot of Nintendo shills in the No, it's just reality. In Australia, the Switch 2 is $700. Not the same thing. It's only $130 cheaper than the PS5. Fuck Nintendo. So, the Switch 2 is $130 cheaper than the PS5, and that's a fuck Nintendo moment? It's just insane. But we shall see. Look how happy he is for that PlayStation State of Play, though, man. He sure does care about that. Jesus Christ, dude. I have 4 of these coming. The Switch Pro controller, just in case I ever need them. You know, maybe one day there'll arise a time where I'll have a need to play Mario Kart with 4 people, and I will have the adequate number of controllers. But until that day, they'll all remain in the box. Yeah, my Pro controller, I've had my current Pro controller since day 1 of the Nintendo Switch launch back in 2017, and it has held up all this time. The only thing that's wrong with it is the Y button is slightly indented from me playing Super Mario Wonder and holding it down. But aside from that, it's in perfect working condition. So it's pretty crazy, though. Like, that is a really solid controller, honestly. Like, the Nintendo Switch Pro controller is really good. Like, even if you don't want to buy the new one, just get the old one. I think it's going to work perfectly fine on all Nintendo Switch 2 games anyway, so well worth. Yeah, I've never had a broken Joy-Con either. Yeah, no issues with them.
All right,
Nintendo
awesome.
controllers
Thanks, nigga.
hold
All right.
up really well, so generally speaking. I still have my original GameCube controller from like 2006. Or no, probably earlier than that, like 2005 or 4 or 3. I don't even know, dude. No clue. Tony Esquire with the 5 Dreamcast guy talking about gaming is like the amazing Lucas talking about politics, and porn stars about body counts don't matter, but won't tell you theirs. Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. Dreamcast guy is just the consumer phenotype. Like, he is just the consumer, bro. Like, no matter what he says, no matter what he claims, no matter what he claims to be, like, against, at the end of the day, he'll buy it anyway. He can't resist. The W key on your keyboard gets stuck a lot. Yeah, I've had this keyboard for a while. I got this when I started working, so this particular one, I threw out my other one. But this one I've had what, almost 4 years now. So can we get a recommendation of the best controllers you've used? Well, it really just comes down to personal. I haven't used the PlayStation 5 Edge controller, so I can't speak on that, but it really just comes down to the stick placement, I feel like, at this point. Like, the PS5 controller, I actually really like. It's the first Sony controller I genuinely like, and it's a really good controller. Like, it feels super premium. You know, it's got a nice weight to it. The buttons and the D-pad feel nice. The thumbsticks feel good. So I really like the PlayStation 5 controller. I should probably get the Edge controller and try it out while it's on sale. But yeah, PS5 controller I think is good. So if you're between a regular Xbox controller and a regular PlayStation 5 controller, I'd get the PS5 controller. I think at this point. My biggest gripe with Xbox is just how cheap it feels. Like, it's fine for what it is. It's just really, really low quality in comparison. But, you know, it really just comes down to personal preference, honestly, on the stick placement. But if you don't care, then I would get the PS5 controller. Personally, I like Xbox's stick placement, so I'm a sucker for it, but yeah, but Elite versus DualSense Edge, I couldn't tell you because I don't have the DualSense Edge. But yeah, I do have the Elite controller, which, you know, that does come with its own problems, which I don't know if the DualSense Edge has, but yeah, the Xbox Elite controllers have a lot of issues. Nah, I didn't try the demo. I don't really need to try the demo. I mean, I already know I'm going to buy it, so it's not really a need to buy the demo. Oh, look, another person. Why I'm not getting the Nintendo Switch 2 at launch. You couldn't get a pre-order. There you go. I saved everybody 11 minutes of their life. Oh, ew. Yeah, I was about to say that looks like a tubbo. I was correct. How did Nazism spread across Germany? Single women, which is kind of interesting. It's not a commonly known fact, is that the #1 supporters of the Nazi Party was actually women who were frustrated that they were unable to get married and have a family. Because post-World War I, you know, all the men had died off. There weren't enough men to go around, and then, you know, a lot of women, because of the economic conditions, were forced to, you know, go into the workforce. A lot of them turned to prostitution and all sorts of stuff. So it was basically the inability for women to get married and have kids. So yeah, it's actually kind of funny if you think about it. Like, you know, you always see, like, the clips, which I'm sure is done deliberately, of, like, you know, the men and everything at the Nazi Party. But the Nazi Party was predominantly, you know, propped up by women. So, kind of interesting. So what you're saying is, no. Winston Churchill started World War II. No blaming Poland? Well, if Hitler was just allowed to deal with Poland accordingly between the two of them without, you know, the British virtue signaling and looking to warhawk at every opportunity, then yeah. No, dude, if you go and look at Winston Churchill, like if you look into him prior to World War II, bro, he was angry that after World War II or World War I that more Germans didn't die. He talked about how it wasn't just enough to overthrow their government. We needed to kill as many of them as possible. Like, the dude had a massive fucking hate boner for Germany in general. He was looking for any reason to basically go in and eradicate them. So, no, Winston Churchill had personal fucking beef with Germany and was just waiting for any fucking opportunity to start another war, essentially. Yeah, which is ironic because the British crown since the early 1700s has been a German fucking crown. But yeah. King George the First, going back to him, you know, he didn't even speak English. He only spoke German. So King George the Second, the Third, all the way up to King Charles that they have now are all German. FYI. The British haven't had a British monarch since the 1100s. So for basically 1,000 years, they've been ruled by foreign monarchs. interestingly enough. But yeah, Winston Churchill had a personal grudge. If Germany and Poland were just allowed to settle their fucking differences on their own, then this shit would have never, like, fucking snowballed. And what's ironic is Churchill claimed that Poland was, like, the reason for World War II. But at the end of World War II, what happened to Poland? Poland was literally surrendered to the fucking Soviet Union, where for the next, like, 40 years, they were treated like absolute shit and basically starved to death. So, you know, this great concern troll for Poland was so fucking retarded. Because literally at the end of World War II, what happened to Poland? It literally became a fucking vassal state of the fucking Soviet Union and was, you know, literally subjected to far worse treatment that would have ever happened under the Nazis. So, it's... The more you look into the world wars, the more pointless all of that shit. That's why I don't really like World War II. Because it's the most pointless conflict in human fucking history. It's literally one fat British slob that caused, you know, hundreds of millions of deaths by allowing communism to spread like a fucking plague. So... How can Churchill declare war on Germany when he wasn't Oh my god. Dog. I'm not getting into a World War II conversation. No, I'm not doing World War II history time. No, I'm not doing it, bro. Okay, let me... Alright. Whatever. Let me make this very fucking clear. Was Winston Churchill a mute prior to World War II? Was he capable of speech? Could the man talk? I rest my case. That's like acting like Trump had zero influence on the United States until the minute he took office. Idiotic. Absolutely fucking idiotic. Do you really think we live in a vacuum where the only person that matters in the political landscape is the singular person who is just so happens to be the prime minister in a parliamentary system? Do you understand how parliamentary systems work? In order to maintain your position as prime minister, you have to side with the parliament. So anyone can go in and influence parliament and therefore the prime minister. And it's not exactly a fucking coinky-dink that Winston Churchill immediately takes office right after World War II begins. Within a few months. or however many months. Doesn't matter. So this dumb, very dumb. I'm not getting it. We're not doing this. You can go research it in your own free time because you look like a fool. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm not doing a fucking I'm not doing a World War II discussion. I don't really like World War II. I need some of that black girl magic. That's right, bro. Exactly. I need my black queen. Oh my god, guys. Expedition 33 has broken the games industry. It sold 3 million copies, dude. Chill the fuck out. Elden Ring Night Rain has already outsold it, and it's a shitty fucking asset flip multiplayer game. Nobody fucking cares. For people saying that this is like the best game of all time, it's like, it sure isn't selling like it is. You know, for how people hype this shit up, you would think that it sold 20 million copies or something. But, you know, Monster Hunter Wilds is like at, what, 13 million units or something already? So, I don't know, bro. USA and Russia unite against Vitaly. Yeah, that guy's fucked, bro. Apparently he's off his fucking gear, too, so he's, like, freaking out in jail. Because when you have steroid withdrawals, that shit's nasty. And you already know that fucker was roided up. Bro. What the fuck is that thing? Oh my god. This is our wonderful future, guys.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Alright, let me read the caption. Doctor or engineer? I'm going with philosopher, personally, but maybe an astronaut? Dude, somebody should just pull out a gun and fucking shoot him. Like, that's how you have to deal with people like this moving forward. Just pull out your fucking gun, put a bullet through the back of their fucking head, and move on with everyone's day. Those TVs cost more than his entire pathetic existence could possibly be worth. Like, I guarantee you his net contribution to GDP, tax revenue, or whatever was immediately outweighed by the price of those TVs. Subhuman behavior, bro. No, we don't want to put them in prison. Do you know how much it costs to house a prisoner? It's like $20,000 to $30,000 a year. We should just kill people like this, bro. There's no saving people like this. Why do you want to keep them in jail when we could just literally get rid of them? Do you want to pay $30,000 a year for 50 years? That's $1.5 million. For what? Nothing. Literally nothing. You could take $1.5 million and lift 5 families out of poverty and buy them a house. Why the fuck would we spend that much money to house some fucking piece of shit who contributes absolutely nothing to society and is just going to get out and do this shit again? Like, this destruction of property shit just needs to be punished with the full extent of, you know, lethal enforcement. It's never going to stop. Unless you fear the consequences of your crime, you'll never stop committing them. Yeah, I think it's a real Gucci t-shirt, man. You know? Yeah, we really need to keep him around. Definitely contributes so much. We will never have a nice society if we allow people to behave like that. R.I.P. Trilogy. That is a shame, bro. The Order 1886 was pretty good. It had a good premise. Oh, God. What is the... Hold on, let's see. Let's see the final ranking. Ranked number 1 is Final Fantasy VI. They have, like, a tier list. I guess number 1... Where did he put... Dude, he put Final Fantasy VII at what? 3? Okay. It's not terrible, but... Put 10 above 7. Yeah, no. 14... Oh my god. Wowie zowie, dude. So number 1 was 7. Number 2 was 9. This is the community vote. 3 was 6. 4 was 10. 16 was 5? I'm actually shocked that many people like 16. That's actually kind of crazy. Is that right? Because it's at 9, too. Why is 16 twice? Alright, this might have an error. This might have an error. Like, yeah, that's more believable than this. Personally. Like, I don't know. 15 being 5 makes sense. Yeah, I would say so. But it's number 11. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, this list is all kind of fucked up. $16's better than 15? I could see if you're going from a gameplay perspective, but story-wise, absolutely not. Also, music-wise, absolutely not. The music in 15 is on a different level. $15 without the DLC and the side media was ball. You don't have to watch the side media. But that's like saying, okay, well, 16 also has DLC. So 15's DLC is objectively better than 16's. So, no, you don't get to separate the game from its DLC when both games have DLC. Like, you can literally go and buy the Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition for $10. And you get all the DLC, you get the base game, so it's not a separate package. I don't even think you can buy the standalone game anymore. You have to buy it with all the DLC. Like, if you were to go buy Final Fantasy 15 right now, you have to buy the Royal Edition. You're not buying it without the DLC anyway. But the story to 15 is way better. Way better. So, I will die on that hill. '16's story to me felt really underbaked. They should have expanded on the world in more meaningful ways instead of having 85 different dialogue lines with every single individual NPC you met. They could have spent more time like actually doing cool shit. Noctis and Luna never talk, but they love each other. Yeah, they grew up together. Doesn't matter which one's better. Everything after 10 is slop. Only 10 and 7 are good, dude. That's right. The Final Fantasy fan starter pack. The only good Final Fantasies are 7 and 10. The rest are complete dog shit. Yes, I am a Final Fantasy fan. Yeah. That's how it always goes. Jill is the best Final Fantasy girl. Stop. Stop right now. Bro, she's not even in the top 10. Stop. Plain ass Jill? Dog, no. You're embarrassing yourself. You are absolutely embarrassing. Even fucking Vanille is better than her. Like, Vanille is way more bangable. Bro, this is what they're trying... Hold on. This is what they're trying to convince you is peak, guys. This is peak Final Fantasy girl. This is what they consider to be the peak of Final Fantasy women. This... Come on, bro. Hell nah. I mean, bro, I'm like almost about to say that every single woman in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is better. Aerith is obviously better. Tifa is obviously better. Cisne is obviously better. The fucking blonde MILF chick is obviously better. Even Yuffie is borderlining on better. Even Yuffie might be creeping up there. Come on, bro. This is like the most plain female Final Fantasy character of all fucking time. This looks like a side character. This looks like someone that runs a store in another Final Fantasy game. Like, bro, even a fucking side character from 15 looks better. Tell me I'm lying. Which one looks better, guys? The main female character or a side character from 15 that's on screen for like 30 minutes at most? So, do not even come at me with, this is the peak Final Fantasy woman. You're embarrassing yourself at that point. Dude, even the chick from... Hold on. I would even say Neon from fucking Stranger of Paradise is better. Which I can't find a good picture. But if you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about. Alright, whatever. That's an extremely niche one. Nobody knows who that is. No, we're talking about the top Final Fantasy women. Someone had the audacity to say this is the peak. This is the superior character to every other Final Fantasy chick. Which is just objectively false. Objectively fucking false. There is no way you could ever say that this is a better character than any of the other Final Fantasy women. Absolutely fucking not. This is the most plain Jane, copy, paste, nothing. That does not even have any of the signature Final Fantasy character design, like language, whatsoever. Are you basing on looks only? What the fuck is interesting? Like, alright, let's say it's not just about looks. What is so great about her? She cries at the end? Like, okay. She's incredibly plain, guys. I don't know what to tell you. At least Jill's loyal to Clyde. Pretty much every single Final Fantasy woman is loyal. Other than Yuffie, because she's a fucking cheap whore. But, you know. Bro, you are tripping balls if you would choose this over Tifa. Like, I don't even care. I'm not the world's biggest Tifa simp. But, bro, seriously? You would pick this over Tifa. Yeah, even Jesse's better. Bro, this does not even look like a Final Fantasy character. Like, this is the most plain, boring character, probably of the entire main cast of any, like, Final Fantasy game when it comes to women. Like, any of the named characters in a Final Fantasy game, this is by far the most boring one. Yeah, I mean, I just pulled up this example because, you know, she's from Final Fantasy 15, but it's a side character in that game. Like, this is the main female from 16. This is a literal side character from 15 who's on screen for like 30 minutes. Which one has a better design and is more interesting looking? You can even take away the titties. Which one looks cooler? I don't really think this is that hard of a fucking conversation, man. This is very basic. Almost as basic as her. Which way, Western man? Which way? Clive's mother is better than Jill. I agree. Alright, let's see. So Tim Marco, the 279. Oi, bruv, you saying Churchill wasn't the best PM? He's probably up there with the worst, if we're being honest. And HCM 101 with the 2 just finished. Xenoclash, frustrating game, but 6 out of 10. Well, congrats. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Now rate male characters in honor of Gamer Month. It's an easy pick. Very easy pick. Hold on, I need to get the right image. There's only one choice, bro. For best male character, at least in my personal opinion. If we want to talk about, you know, one that truly stands out from the other male characters of Final Fantasy, you know, Chaos Jack. I mean, bro, let's face it. Most of the male Final Fantasy characters are super fucking boring. But this is like the one male character in Final Fantasy that's just a Giga Chad from start to finish. So, he's the obvious choice if you ask me. So, I'm gonna have to go with Jack. But is he the hottest? Well, dude, there's only one black male character, and if we're talking about male hotness, it's all about what he's packing, so obviously it's Barrett, if you want to go that route. If we want to stay in the spirit of Gamer Month, as the Super Chat suggested, then I guess Barrett's the obvious choice, because, you know, BBC and all that. But if we're just talking about pure, you know, Chad energy, then, yeah, Jack's got to win. The gayest character? Oh, that's easy. That's piss easy. This fucking homo. You think Barrett owns Tifa's? Oh, definitely. Dude, Tifa and Barrett lived together after Final Fantasy VII, so... Do you really think Barrett is keeping his hands off all that? Yes, he has a kid. So does every other black guy. What's your point? And it's not even his kid either. Thank God it's not. I don't think Noctis is gay. Titus, I think, is gay. Personally. That dude's a flaming homo. Yeah, bro. Saying that Jill is a top tier Final Fantasy woman is like saying Rachel Ziegler is hot. The type of motherfuckers to say Jill is a top tier Final Fantasy babe are the same people to say that, you know, fucking whatever, Snow Brown is hot. I'm convinced. You're just trying to be different, you know? You're just trying to be different too hard at that point. Yeah, bro. The thing is Jill's not even the best chick in Final Fantasy 16. Like, Benedicta is far superior, if we're just talking about pure sex appeal. Even in her Garuda form. With her... The whore? You don't think Jill was a whore? She was a literal slave. Jill was literally in slavery for over a decade. You don't think they didn't plow the fuck out of her? Come on. That's the whole point of having a female slave back in the day. Is to fix you dinner and to fuck. That's how you got more for free. Two Resident Evil bad. I don't know any of the Resident Evil baddies. I don't play Resident Evil. I guess, what's that one white chick from, like, the second one? I don't know. Maybe that's who I'm thinking of? Hold on. Resident Evil women. Not that one. Definitely not that. Start at the bottom and then scroll up. Oh, that's who it is. Claire. Yeah, we'll go with that one. She's definitely the most fuckable. Dude, the fucking... Yeah, that's the Chinese chick, right? Dude, you really are gonna simp out for some fucking $3 Asian poon from a 30-plus-year-old woman? Dog, just go take a fucking flight to, like, Hong Kong or something, and you can get chicks way better looking and way younger than Ada to give you a loving long time for like $5. Stop. You know, the just be white rule does kind of work, so. But I guess. Yeah, you can find a $5 horror that'll have you moaning like a zombie. Oski Woski with the 5. Jill and RE5 is fire. Look it up. Alright. I guess this is the... This one. Her bazookas were nicely revealed after her boss fight. It's Griffin Coomer hour. I don't know. I don't really consider this Coomer hour. We're just ranking video game women. I'm trying to think what other franchise has attractive women in it. Street Fighter? I feel like everybody's just gonna say Cammy or Chun-Li, though. That's kind of too easy. Mortal Kombat? It's Katana, bro. Come on. I don't know any of the characters in Dead or Alive. I'm not really familiar with them, to be honest. I don't know their names. I'm trying to think, what other game has, like, babes in it? Saints Row. I guess. I don't know.
Dude, whoever that hot redhead hacker girl is, bro, she would totally be my girlfriend, and she loves computers like me and video games.
Stellar Blade? Oh, that's easy, bro. It's Raven. Raven is the only choice in Stellar Blade. Like, objectively speaking, if you choose Eve or Taki or whatever her fucking name was over Raven, I have to question your sexuality. Like, I really do. Because Raven has the biggest tits. She has the best, like, waistline. The best birthing hips, by far. Like, she's just Eve, but better. And then Taki looks too Korean. You like Lily? I bet you do. The first Descendant? Oh, definitely Bunny, bro. Ultimate Bunny clears. Eve and Raven at the same time? That's not how it works. You can only pick one. Dude, Eve has the best bodily proportions when she puts on Raven's suit. Raven's fucking ass is literally the fucking key art for the game. When they were advertising Stellar Blade, they literally used Raven's ass as the fucking, like, selling point. The literal artwork that everybody saw of the ass cheeks was literally the Raven suit. Oh, let me see if I can find the image. I guess I'll type in ass, whatever. Can I find it? It's still not coming up. I don't remember how I found it. Like the high-res picture of her. Oh, there it is. I mean, this isn't the high-res version, but whatever. Bro, like, this is literally what they use to advertise the game. Look at that shit, bro. If that doesn't bring a tear to your eye, I don't know what will. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, of course no Asian girl is shaped like that. Duh. But we're not talking about real life. Oh, there's a much better one. This isn't real life. This is gaming. But the main reason why Raven is better, it's because of the hair, bro. The hair is superior because Eve can only have the ponytail. But Raven has the full hair down. So, automatically better. But yeah, there you go. The girl from the new Fable. Yeah. The Fable girl is definitely competing with this. 100%. Jesus. Genshin Impact? I don't... Isn't that game filled with femboys? Y'all would already pick those. I already know, man. Y'all would definitely be picking the fucking femboys. Oh, well, yeah. Mayel, or however you say her name, is the only choice in Expedition 33. All of the other chicks are painfully mediocre. Let's see. Vendetta with the 2, RE5. Alright, I'll look it up. But yeah, all the chicks in Expedition 33 are painfully mid. Generally speaking. I mean, Mael's like the only one I would say that's like, I would say conventionally attractive. Oh my god. This is like that Dami Mommy vampire from RE8. What is it, 7 or 8? Or no, it's 8. Yeah, it reminds me of the Dami Mommy vampire. Let's see. Fluffle Nugget with a 2. I will replay Stellar Blade as Raven. Hint, hint. Hell yeah, dude. I will replay with myself to Raven. Oh, wait, never mind. I mean, play the game. Now best Smash Bros chick? I don't know. Zero Suit Samus is too big of a man face for me. Like, they gave her a man face in Smash. If we're talking just pure body proportions, Zero Suit Samus from Brawl is definitely the best. But in any subsequent game, I would disagree. I don't know. I mean, I guess you gotta go with like either Pyra or Mithra at this point. You know, they have the biggest bazooms. And they have jiggle physics. Mewtwo? I guess you could go with it. Any attractive women in God... Yeah, Aphrodite. Aphrodite is the pick in God of War. Hands down. If you say anything else, you're gay. Actually, no, bro, it's Freya. She's so hot, dude. But yeah, it's definitely Aphrodite. Gaia. Oh, yeah, dude. Definitely. What about Oracle from God of War 1? Nah. Aphrodite, bro. Aphrodite. Remember, all the Greek gods are related. So are all human beings if you believe in the Bible. So, shit. Don't let anything stop you. Follow your dreams. Remember, no one will love you like family. A lot of people forget that fact. Fluff Nugget with the 2. Those assets don't have me excited as much as Nintendo Switch 2. You're right, dude. Well, you'll be able to see Tifa's assets front and center in handheld mode. So, do with that as you will, because the remake will have a mature dress Tifa. So... you can enjoy her boom boom bazooms. White brother from a different mother. Ain't your mama black? Gears of War chicks? Oh, dude, definitely Kate. Definitely Kate, dude. She's my favorite. I don't really have a strong opinion on any of the Gears of War women. Borderlands chicks? Oh, definitely Maya. That's easy. Pokemon girls are the best girls. I agree, PK. So full of life and energetic. Yeah, Ash's mom getting plowed by Professor Oak. The 28-year-old Mrs. Ketchum getting plowed by 60-year-old Professor Oak while her 10-year-old son wanders around the fucking continent catching Pokemon on a fool's errand. I still think that's funny that Ash's mom was like canonically 17 when she bore Ash. Meaning that, you know, it paves the way for Professor Oak to be smashing prime time 27-year-old pussy while Ash is out catching Pokemon and shit. We never know who... Yeah, no, they never point that out. I don't know. We all know why she has Mr. Mime. Yeah, those balls at the tips of his finger. What the fuck is that thumbnail? This one. Strangest courtroom moments. Here, I'll scroll down so you don't have to look at it. There we go. A lot of people believe Giovanni is Ash's dad. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Dark Magician Girl. Ooh, y'all want to see my Dark Magician Girl I got today? I actually just got one today. In the mail. Let's see. Oh, fuck. I just sent myself a blank email. Photos. There we go. They sent me the wrong one. I was supposed to get an English one, but they sent me the Japanese one. But the Japanese one's worth like 3 times as much, so... Stonks. But yeah, it's a stainless steel card, so it's like metal. It's metal. But because it's the Japanese version, it's, I think, 4 years older. It's a lot more rare. And because it's the Japanese version, you get some added details, which are not present on the English release. So, yeah. It's a more expensive card, but yeah, I got it today. But it's made of metal, so it's like a stainless steel card. So pretty neat. I need to get the English one still, but yeah, I think I paid like $400 or $500 for it. I don't. I ordered it months ago. I have no idea. I don't remember how much I paid. But the Japanese version of this card in a PSA 10 is worth like $1,000 to $1,200. But yeah, the Japanese version has a notable addition to the Dark Magician Girl art. So, there you go. I just got that today. Yeah, but you don't get the cleavage on the first edition Dark Magician Girl. The English... Hold on, I'll pull it up. Dude, that's like such a shitty... Hold on. Damn, bro. People suck at taking pictures. Yeah, so the Japanese one, non-graded, is $530. The English one, non-graded, is $100. So that tells you the value differential. So this is what the English one looks like. you'll notice what's missing. Whatever could it be? So, yeah. The English one just doesn't hit the same, bro. Well, she's not flat. You can still see her titties, but there's no cleavage. So, yeah, they got rid of the pentagram and they got rid of the cleavage. So, the Japanese one is superior. It's not, they didn't change the color. It's just that's a representation of what it looks like. It's not the actual card. It's just like a, here, hold on. Let me see if I can find an actual one. It's more so just a representation of what it should look like, not what it actually does. Let's see if somebody has a picture of it. Stainless steel, dark magician girl. Shopping. Yeah, this is what it actually looks like. Oh shit, that's way too zoomed in. That's what it actually looks like once you take it's the same coloring. You have to hit it in the light correctly to get the colors to pop because it's metal. But this is what the English one looks like. So this is the stainless steel English one, which is what I thought I was buying for like $400, but I got the Japanese one, which is like 1,000 something. So, stonks. I much prefer the Japanese one for obvious reasons. But, yeah. So you can see the coloring difference there. See? Japanese one's definitely better. Yeah, you can still see the tits, but it's like way less defined. The Japanese, you have the cleavage, whereas in the English, you don't. And then also no pentagram. So, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Was released by 4 kids in the US, and, you know, in Japan, you can have big titties everywhere, nobody cares. But with kids stuff in the US, people were more prudish about it back in the day. So, but yeah, I got that today. I actually have quite a few Yu-Gi-Oh cards in my PSA vault I've bought recently that I don't actually have on hand. But this one I do have. Like, even the print quality doesn't look as good, but whatever. I mainly just collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I personally used. So, like, the Egyptian God cards, Blackluster Soldier, Dark Paladin, Dark Magician Girl, you know, stuff like that. Relinquish, I have some of those. I don't really collect Blue Eyes, so I don't have any of those, but I did pull a Blue Eyes Ghost Rare and a Blue Eyes Ultimate Ghost Rare from 2 random boxes I bought at Target, so I have those, but Yeah, mainly what I collect is the Egyptian God cards primarily. Dark Paladin, Blackluster Soldier, and Dark Magician Girl. Those are like my cards that I go after. But mainly Winged Dragon of Ra. I have a ton of copies of like Winged Dragon of Ra. Hold on, let me see if I don't think I oh yeah, I definitely don't have it saved. Let's see. These are kind of cool. They're pretty cheap if you want something kind of neat that you could buy. Like, they're not overly expensive for what they are. But they're pretty cool. It's super low res. That's also super low res. Oh well. But whatever. It's just gonna have to do. But yeah, these are the stainless steel Egyptian God cards. And this is a continuous cert set, so you can see they were all graded in subsequent order. But what these are is like the old manga arts of the Egyptian God cards, and it's like the exact Japanese translation, which is kind of cool. So it's like the God of Obelisk, Saint Dragon, the God Osiris, and then the Son of God Dragon. Like, it's the Japanese translations, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I don't know. It's really cool. This is the first time these artworks were ever put on an Egyptian God card. So these are completely unique. There's no other Egyptian God cards with this particular artwork. So they're stainless steel. It's a subsequent cert set. And, you know, for Yu-Gi-Oh, getting a unique artwork is almost impossible because they reprint everything. So this is the only set of like unique artwork Egyptian God cards. How much is it? $587 for all three. But they're already graded, so you know you're getting 10s, which is a big deal. Because you don't want to buy the sealed box and end up like this. This is brutal, man. This is brutal. Look at that. So this guy opened up his like container of the Egyptian God cards. They were $400 retail, keep in mind. If you wanted to buy just the 3 cards ungraded, it was like $400. So look, he graded them 10, 9, 10. So that's brutal, dude. So you'd have to buy a completely different set, regrade them, and hope that you get another 10. Which at that point, you're already in it for $60 worth of grading, plus the shipping back and forth. So you've probably spent about $150 grading these cards. So then you have to do it again after you buy another set. So, yeah, if you can buy the, you know, already pre-graded 3, then, you know, I think that's the better decision. So, with stuff like this, I would just buy graded. But, yeah, that can be brutal. But yeah, they're only, I think, 550 to 580, depending on which set you buy. But I think it's worth it, honestly. If you're a fan of the cards, they're stainless steel, they have the unique artwork, and, you know, they're just kind of a cool collector's item. I don't know. They look really nice in person, too. The pictures don't really do it justice. But I have a set of those, and then I also have a set in my vault, so I have 2 of them. 7-Minute Man with the 2, search okay. I'm not going to try to pronounce that, but I'm pretty sure I know what that is. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. You could trade all of these cards for a mail order bride in the future. Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Let me see something real quick. Let's see, collection. It's not going to show up very well, but I'll pull it up anyway. Actually, I'll just look it up on eBay and see if I can get a picture. This is another card I bought. See if somebody has a good picture of it. Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do something a little creative here. So does everyone sees this, right? You can see kind of like what's going on. Oh, let me drop that up here. So you can see like it's super glossy and gold and shit like that. It's like super glossy, gold, whatever. So this is the card that I got. And a PSA 10 is this one. All the pictures of it suck, but obviously you can see what it is, but just imagine it looks like this, but with that gold around it. So that's what this is. So I got this in a PSA 10. I think there's only like 20 or so of these. There's only, I think, 20 of these in a 10. So it's one of the lower pop, like, Dark Magician girls. So. But, yeah. I don't know, Yu-Gi-Oh stuff is just really cheap. You can get a lot of stuff for a decent price. Yep, they're really prone to scratching, so. Yeah, I prefer Yu-Gi-Oh! Art over Pokemon, too. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has better art than Pokemon. But I like both, so... But yeah, my favorite, like, TCG cards are all Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff. But I do like Pokemon stuff, too. And then, obviously, I like my Final Fantasy cards. But that's a given. That Aerith signature card is just fucking peak. Don't delete Yu-Gi-Oh cards, because why would you delete your Yu-Gi-Oh card? How would you even delete your Yu-Gi-Oh cards? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, this shit slaps, bro. Easily one of my favorite cards I own. It's like up to 1400 now, I think. Yeah, I have a full art Jack Garland. I don't know if I have it here, but... I have it somewhere. I thought about buying one of these. I thought about buying one of these. These are pretty cool. These are pretty cool. This is actually the cheapest signature card for Final Fantasy TCG. I think it's like $600 graded. So, of course, because it's a male, but yeah, compared to the Aerith, it's really affordable. Your mom doesn't like it? Tell her to send hers instead so we can pull it up. You're gonna go home and eat a whole pizza? Alright there, Review Tech USA. With bugs and hot sauce. Oh, yeah, dude. Is a whole pizza a lot? I eat a whole Costco pizza myself in one sitting. That's a lot of calories. Hold on, let's see. How many calories in a Costco pizza? A 18-inch Costco pizza is approximately 4,000 calories. Yeah, there you go. That seems low. That's double your daily intake. And I guarantee you it's not the only thing he's eating. Yeah, drown it down with Mountain Dew. "10 out of 10 RPGs. I don't know if I trust that list. Oh, yeah, dude. People who dip their pizza in ranch are subhuman. That shit's so gross. Ooh. I don't like ranch already, but... yeah, dipping pizza in there is sad. It ruins the pizza. Final Fantasy VIII complete story explained. No way, man. Ranch is fire, but only for the crust. I don't like ranch. I just give my dog the crust if I'm gonna eat pizza, but I haven't had it in forever. You know, I just toss him the crust. I don't typically eat the crust. You know, my cousin, like, when I used to go to the beach house that my cousins had, they had 2 golden retrievers, and I would just toss the dog the crust always whenever we'd order pizza. So, I used to never eat my crust. If ever there's a dog around, it always got it. Bad things are bad. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Oh, stuffed crust is great, man. I love stuffed crust. Like, that was the biggest no-brainer invention ever. It's like, why did it take them so long to do that? To actually make crust good. God, I can't wait to never have to see ass-blasted Alejandro again. I still need to play this, the Tainted Grail game. I may go ahead and hop off, guys. It's already 5-20. So I may just go to the gym a little bit early today and take the dog out. I'm tired and I don't really trust myself. Like, if I wait longer, I feel like I'm not gonna fucking actually go. So, I probably should go ahead and hop off. I hope y'all have a great... What is tomorrow? Wednesday. So yeah, I'll aim to be on for the State of Play. I'll aim to be streaming for the State of Play. It just depends if I'm busy with work stuff or not still, so that is the determining factor, but yeah, most likely I should be fine. So, if that's the case, I will see everybody, I guess, later today in about, 11 hours for the State of Play. So, have a good one, guys, and peace out.